There is a voice that follows you everywhere. It comments. It judges. It plans. It worries. It explains who you are and how the world should be. Most people think that voice is them. This book starts with a simple but radical realization. You are not the voice. You are the one hearing it. That difference changes everything. You don't need to fight the mind, fix it, or silence it through force. You don't need to become positive, productive, or spiritually impressive. You need to notice. Notice the chatter. Notice the tension beneath it. Notice the space that's already here, quiet, open, untouched. This book isn't theory. It's a series of direct invitations. Short practices, simple pauses, repeated returns. You'll learn how identification happens, how contraction forms in the body, how resistance creates suffering, and how freedom appears the moment you stop pushing life away. Read slowly. Pause often. If you get lost, that's not failure. It's the practice calling you back. Nothing here is meant to be believed, only noticed. Introduction: the constant companion inside. Meet your inner voice, the endless commentator, worrier, judge. Your inner voice can feel like a constant companion. It is that part of you that comments, worries, and judges nearly every moment of your day. This voice is not really who you are. Instead, it's more like a habit running in the background of your mind. When you recognize this commentary as a pattern, it becomes easier to step back. You can choose not to engage with every thought or concern that arises. You might find that you don't need to take everything your mind says seriously. The voice can be relentless, but it does not define you. It's not you. It's a habit running in the background. The voice inside your head, the one that comments on everything, worries about what might happen, or judges what just happened, is not really you. It might feel like you, because it's been there so long. But this endless chatter is actually just a habit your mind has built over time. It's an automatic loop running in the background, like a song stuck on repeat. You didn't choose this voice consciously, and more often than not, it runs without your permission. Knowing this is a quiet kind of freedom. When you realize that this voice isn't your true self, but a habit, you start to create space between who you really are and those thoughts that pull at your attention nonstop. Imagine your thoughts as clouds drifting by. They come and go, sometimes dark and heavy, sometimes light and fluffy. If you try to grab them or push them away, they stick around longer. But when you watch without interfering, you begin to see how naturally they rise and dissolve. Your true self is the sky, vast, open, and still beneath those clouds. This sky doesn't fight the clouds or get tangled in their movement. It simply holds them with ease. When you step back from the habit of inner chatter, you allow this spaciousness to exist inside you. It's not about stopping thoughts or silencing the mind forcibly. It's about noticing them as something separate from your core being. One way to meet this truth is to catch yourself when the mind starts racing. When you notice that voice planning, judging, or replaying your day, simply say to yourself, "Ah, there goes that old habit again." This small recognition can loosen the grip those thoughts have on your attention. It's like shining a soft light into a dark corner. You don't need to battle the shadows, just show them they're seen. With time, this gentle awareness quiets the background noise. You start hearing your own breathing or feeling the weight of your body more clearly. These simple moments reveal that you are more than the stories your mind spins. They show you that you exist beyond the noise, as the silent watcher behind it all. Thoughts often feel urgent, as if they demand immediate attention. But the truth is, most of these thoughts are just automatic patterns firing off like old grooves on a record. You've played them so many times that your brain anticipates them without asking if you want to listen. The challenge is that when you identify too strongly with these thoughts, calling yourself stupid, not good enough, or angry, they gain power. You start to believe them and react as if they were facts rather than passing mental events. When this happens, your sense of peace slips away, replaced by tension, frustration, or sadness. What if you could press pause on this automatic replay? What if the voice in your head is just an old habit, and you have the chance to unwind it. By noticing these thought patterns without judgment or effort to stop them, you invite a quiet shift. It's as if you are watching the wind blow leaves across a sidewalk. The leaves are there, but you don't need to jump in and pick them up or chase them down. You can simply observe the movement and feel the space through which they pass. This space is where peace quietly lives, open, unaffected, and always present. Try this exercise. When you notice a thought arise, label it silently as thinking. Don't follow the story or push it away. Just acknowledge thinking. It's the simplest way to remind yourself that thoughts are mental events, not your identity. Over time, this practice teaches your brain to see thinking as a background process, something happening but not needing your full attention all the time. As that happens, the noise quiets. You find moments where your mind is calm, even if just for a breath or two. In those moments, you touch a taste of what life feels like when you're free from the grip of old mental habits. You don't have to chase silence. Just become curious about what it's like without struggle. Remember, habits don't break in one try. They loosen gently when met with kindness and simple awareness. The voice inside you might keep speaking, but over time, you learn that it's not the boss of you. It's just a habit running quietly in the background, one that you can choose to listen to less and less. That choice opens the door to more peace, more space, and more connection with who you truly are beyond the chatter. This is where freedom starts, by stepping back and seeing your inner noise for what it really is. Glimpses of freedom when you step back from it. Every day, your mind is busy. It talks, judges, plans, replays, and worries. This chatter can feel endless, like a background noise you almost don't notice anymore. But if you pause for just a moment, you may realize there is a tiny space between each thought. It's a quiet pause, a stillness that often goes unnoticed. When you stop to observe this space, even briefly, it feels like a breath of fresh air in a crowded room. This is the moment when you can step outside the constant hum of your mind and see that many of your thoughts are just passing clouds. They come and go, and you are not the thoughts. They are happening in your awareness. Simply noticing this space can bring a subtle feeling of relief. It reminds you that you are more than the chatter. You are the watcher, the one who sees, the one who listens without judgment. Practicing this isn't about stopping thoughts or forcing silence. It's gentle and simple. The more often you notice the gap between thoughts, the more clear it becomes that freedom exists right there. When you catch yourself caught up in a story or worry, pause. Take a breath. Notice the moment when the mind isn't talking. Maybe it's just a brief flicker, sometimes so quick that it's barely there. But with practice, those moments can become more frequent. Each time you recognize that space, it's like discovering a little door to inner peace. It doesn't mean all thoughts will vanish. Instead, you realize they are passing visitors, not permanent residents. The silence between thoughts is always available, just waiting for you to notice it. When you start to see these glimpses, it's easier to step back from the noise and come closer to what is constant and true, your spacious awareness. In slowing down and tuning into these pauses, you also learn that freedom isn't a far-off thing to chase. It's right here, always present, waiting to be noticed when you stop clinging to the stories or the mental noise. It's a gentle reminder that beneath the surface of busy thoughts, there is a calm awareness that is never lost. When you recognize this, even for a few seconds, you experience a taste of something different, a moment of closeness to yourself that doesn't depend on changing anything. It's a small shift, but one that can expand with practice. The more you catch those brief moments of spaciousness, the more you see that freedom is not an achievement out there, but a simple, waking up realization inside. Suddenly, the mind's endless chatter isn't so overwhelming. It's just part of the background, and you are the one noticing, the one resting in the gentle stillness behind it all. A helpful tip is to ask yourself during the day, where is my attention right now? If you notice your thoughts spinning or your worries tightening, remind yourself, there is a space between those thoughts. I can find it. Then, take a slow breath and glance inside. Sometimes, Just the intention to notice is enough to bring you closer. With patience, these moments will linger longer and become more natural. Each time you step back from the noise, even briefly, you get a clearer glimpse of the freedom that has always been there, waiting quietly in the quiet space behind your thoughts. Promise. Tools to live from spacious awareness, not mental noise. Spacious awareness is like a calming breeze on a chaotic day. It invites you to step back from the constant chatter of your mind. This practice allows for quiet moments where you can just be. Instead of getting lost in thoughts and worries, spacious awareness offers an opportunity to rest. You'll find that you can observe your inner dialogue without getting swept away. It's a gentle shift from mental noise to a more serene state. How does it feel to just notice your thoughts without judgment? This is the essence of spacious awareness, seeing your mind just like a passing cloud in the sky. Practicing spacious awareness is easier than it sounds. One helpful method is to pause throughout your day. You can set reminders to take a short break, breathe, and simply notice what is happening inside you. As you pause, take a moment to feel your body. Notice where you hold tension or ease. This practice can ground you in the present moment. You might ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? This question can open the door to understanding your inner experience better. When mental noise begins to swirl again, try redirecting your attention back to your breath. In this gentle space, awareness blossoms. The goal is to turn spacious awareness into a natural state of being, something you can return to regularly. Consider adopting simple daily exercises. Start by observing your thoughts, labeling them without diving into their stories. When thoughts arise, you might say to yourself, thinking. This creates distance between you and the narrative in your mind, making it less personal. You might also practice sitting in silence for a few minutes each day. Notice how your mind can quiet down when you stop engaging with the noise. Embrace the idea that it's okay to be still and simply observe your experience. Each time you practice, you'll strengthen your ability to return to this spacious awareness. Remember, this journey is not about silencing your mind completely. It's about learning to be present with what arises, allowing your thoughts to come and go without affecting your sense of peace. In everyday moments, you can find opportunities to reclaim that spacious feeling. Try to carry this sense of awareness into your daily routine. Notice how it changes interactions and moments of stress. This shift brings with it a sense of calm and connection to what truly matters. How do you want to feel in your day? Let this question guide you towards a richer experience of life. How to use. Pause often. Feel into practices. Return when lost. Pausing often is like giving yourself a small gift throughout the day. It's a moment where you stop rushing and simply check in with what's happening inside. These pauses don't need to be long or complicated. Even a breath or two is enough to notice the sensations, emotions, or thoughts that are present. When you allow yourself this brief break, you create space between the constant mental chatter and your true experience. This space is where clarity starts to grow because you're not tangled up in everything at once. Feeling into your inner experience means tuning in with gentle curiosity instead of pushing away difficult feelings or rushing through pleasant ones. Imagine placing your hand on your chest or belly and simply feeling what's there. Is the breath shallow or deep? Is the chest tight or soft? Are there any emotions stirring, like tension, warmth, or even numbness? This simple act of feeling encourages you to be present with what's real in the moment instead of checking out or escaping into thoughts. It's a way to connect with your body's natural wisdom without judgment. Making pauses a habit changes how you relate to your inner voice. Instead of being swept away by worries, judgments, or stories, you become the observer who notices those mental waves but doesn't have to ride them. The more you practice stepping back with kindness and attention, the less overwhelming the inner noise becomes. Your mind still talks, but you learn to listen from a calmer place, which allows for a clearer sense of who you really are beyond that chatter. It's normal to get lost in your thoughts or feelings. Everyone does it. When you find yourself caught in a mental loop, overwhelmed by tension, or swept up in a story your mind is telling, The key is to notice that you're lost without getting frustrated. Remind yourself gently, almost like you would to a friend, that it's okay and that you can come back anytime. This act of returning is simple but powerful. It doesn't mean forcing your mind to be quiet or pushing emotions away. Instead, it means redirecting your attention to something immediate and real. The body is often the most reliable anchor when thoughts pull you away. Bringing your attention to the feeling of your breath or the sensation of your feet on the ground can help you reconnect with the present moment. You don't need to fight or chase after calming thoughts. Just pause and feel the physical signals in your body, the rise and fall of breath, the weight of your seat, or the subtle warmth in your chest. These signals are always there, ready to guide you back when mental noise takes over. Returning your awareness also means accepting that getting lost is part of the process. It's not a failure, but a sign you're practicing something new. Every time you notice and come back, you strengthen your ability to live more fully awake. Over time, this becomes easier and more natural. When you do lose your way, try a gentle question like, "Where am I right now?" Or "What am I feeling in my body?" These questions invite your attention inward without pressure, opening a path back to calm awareness. If you're feeling stuck or tense, inviting a soft breath can soften the tightness. Rather than trying to push the tension away, imagine breathing into it, letting it move and shift instead of holding it still. This often dissolves the grip tension has on you and brings you back to a more spacious feeling inside. Remember, the goal isn't to get rid of discomfort, but to stay present with it without buying into the stories your mind creates around it. Try setting gentle reminders through the day, like a soft chime on your phone or a note in your environment that says pause. These little nudges aren't meant to disrupt, but to invite you home to yourself multiple times. With practice, you'll find a natural rhythm of checking in, feeling what's alive inside you, and returning your awareness whenever it wanders. This rhythm becomes the foundation for experiencing life with more peace and presence. A helpful tip: when you notice you've drifted away in thought, label it simply as thinking or lost in thought. This small act of naming doesn't judge or criticize. It just shines a gentle light on what's happening and makes it easier to step out of the story. You don't have to fix or change anything. Just recognize and return. Over time, this builds a quiet strength and expands your sense of freedom from the inner noise. Chapter 1. Who hears the chatter? Notice the voice narrating your day, planning, judging, replaying. There's a constant voice inside your head, quietly or loudly, that narrates your daily life. Sometimes it's the voice of a planner, telling you what needs to be done next. Other times, it's judging your choices or abilities, silently critiquing everything from your work to your appearance. Sometimes it replays past conversations or mistakes, trying to make sense of what happened or what you should have said. If you listen closely, you'll notice this voice has many roles, sometimes helpful, often repetitive and automatic. Paying attention to this inner chatter is the first step. Notice how it runs in the background, like a radio you rarely turn off. It's always there, weaving stories, opinions, and evaluations about everything you experience. It might say, "That was a bad move," or "You're doing fine," or "Why did they say that?" Sometimes you get caught in its stories, believing what it says as if it's the absolute truth. Other times, it feels like background noise, faint but persistent. Recognizing this voice is not about stopping it. It's about observing without judgment, noticing that it's there and that you don't have to buy into every thought it offers. This inner voice often takes the role of a judge, criticizing when things go wrong. It's quick to praise when things go well, but more often, it's telling you what's wrong or what you've missed. It plans ahead, imagining different scenarios or worrying about the future. It revisits past conversations, analyzing what went right or wrong. It constantly replays scenes, trying to find answers or understand patterns. While this voice serves a purpose, helping you navigate everyday life, it can also become a source of stress and confusion if you don't notice it for what it is. Practicing to simply notice this narrator in your mind starts with gentle awareness. When you're in a conversation, doing a task, or even resting, tune in and see if you can pick up on the voice. Don't judge it or try to silence it. Just listen, like you would listen to a friend. Stay aware of its tone. Sometimes it's critical, sometimes playful, sometimes anxious. This is the habit of paying attention, noticing the flow of inner commentary without getting tangled in it. When it begins to chatter, just identify it as thinking or the voice, and gently return your attention to your breath or your surroundings. There's an important insight hiding here. The voice is not who you are. It's an ongoing activity in the mind, a set of habits that have become automatic over years. The more you recognize this, the easier it becomes to step back and observe. When you do this often, it weakens the grip of the chatter. It becomes less threatening, more like background music. You start to see that you are not your thoughts, just the awareness that notices them. Practicing this simple recognition is a key step towards spaciousness in your mind. As you continue, remember it's enough to just notice. No need to stop the voice or change it. Instead, try a small practice. Set aside 5 minutes a few times a day to sit quietly and notice your thoughts. Don't try to control or judge them. Simply observe, label, or note them as thinking. Over time, this act of noticing creates a little space between you and your inner chatter. That space becomes a place where calm and clarity can gently emerge, revealing that you're the one witnessing, not the voice itself. The more familiar this becomes, the more natural it feels to observe your day as it unfolds. You'll catch yourself planning, judging, or replaying moments and realize you don't have to be carried away by them. Instead, you can step back, breathe, and see your thoughts for what they are, just passing clouds in the sky of your awareness. Each moment of notice strengthens your ability to live from a calmer, clearer state rather than always being swept up in internal stories. You are the one hearing it, pure awareness watching thoughts. Thoughts often swirl around us, buzzing like a constant hum in the background of our lives. This noise can feel overwhelming at times, pulling us into its chaotic dance. Yet, there is a remarkable shift that occurs when we start to recognize those thoughts as just that, sounds, words, and images that pass through our minds. Imagine standing on the shore of a busy ocean, watching the waves come and go without getting swept away by them. When you take a step back, you can observe the chatter without identifying with it. The key is to remember that you are not your thoughts. You are the one who hears them. This awareness is always present, gently watching the thoughts as they arise. It is a space of clarity from which you can observe experiences without being entangled in them. When thoughts emerge, you can label them simply as thinking. By doing this, you create distance between you and the constant flow of ideas. Instead of diving into the storylines your thoughts create, you can pause and breathe, allowing them to flow without resistance. This practice of observation opens up a vast landscape of freedom, a quiet place within where you can rest your mind. In the midst of all that mental noise, what becomes apparent is that there is something deeper. This is the pure awareness that lies at the core of your being. This awareness is not bound by the judgments, fears, or hopes that thoughts often carry. Instead, it exists as a spaciousness that encompasses all experiences without bias. Being in touch with this awareness is like lifting the veil on your daily existence. You realize that thoughts are simply passing phenomena, not truths that define you. By making a habit of returning to this awareness, you cultivate a practice that transforms your relationship with thoughts. Each time you feel overwhelmed, a simple pause can redirect you back to this core of your being. Your inner dialogue shifts as you take that first step back from thought, from being an active participant to an attentive watcher. This exercise of recognizing yourself as the observer can profoundly alter how you experience life's moments. Exercise. Label thoughts as thinking without following. Your mind never really stops talking. From the moment you wake up, there is a running stream of words, images, plans, worries, and memories. This voice is so familiar that it feels like you. But when you pause and listen closely, you realize there is a difference between the voice and the one who hears it. You are not the voice, You are the awareness behind it. This voice is simply a habit of endlessly commenting on everything. At first, it might seem impossible to step back from this chatter. Thoughts appear like waves on a busy ocean, each pulling your attention in different directions. Yet, notice how sometimes you catch yourself lost in a thought, and then suddenly you realize, I was thinking. That moment of awareness reveals the watcher inside, quietly observing the mind's story without getting swept away. This watcher is calm, steady, and always present, no matter what the thoughts say or how fast they come. Try to meet this inner voice with gentle curiosity rather than resistance. Imagine you are sitting in a quiet room, and the mind's chatter is just noise in the background. You don't have to act on every word or believe what it says. You can just watch, like watching clouds pass by in the sky. The thoughts might be plenty, and they might be loud, but you are the sky itself, vast, open, and unaffected. This simple recognition is a small but powerful step, because freedom begins when you stop identifying completely with the thinking mind. One of the easiest ways to create distance from your thoughts is to label them as thinking as soon as you notice them. When a thought pops up, say quietly to yourself, thinking. This act isn't meant to judge or push away the thought. Instead, it called attention to the fact that a thought is just a mental event, not a command or ultimate truth. Labeling thoughts like this slows down the mind's momentum. It invites a pause right at the moment the thought arises, allowing you to catch the shift from being lost inside the story to simply witnessing it. With practice, you'll find a subtle but real space growing between what you think and who you are. This space feels lighter and less crowded. It's where clarity can arise and peace can settle in without effort. The mind is still active, but you are no longer controlled by every passing idea. Imagine your thoughts are like leaves floating down a stream. Without labeling, you might jump from one leaf to the next, chasing every story, reacting, and planning endlessly. When you say thinking as each leaf passes, it's like standing on the shore watching them float by. You don't try to grab or change the leaves. You simply notice them and keep your attention steady. This creates a gentle distance between you and your mental chatter, making it easier to respond calmly instead of reacting automatically. If you find yourself caught in a strong or overwhelming thought, the label thinking can act as a kind reminder to step back gently rather than getting swept away. It's okay if the mind wanders or repeats the same story again. The goal is to catch yourself every time and return to the watcher role, bringing kindness for your own struggle. Over time, this simple habit builds a habit of stepping out of thought automatically, opening space for fresh insight and calm clarity. Try setting a gentle timer for 3 short sessions throughout your day, each lasting just 5 minutes. During these moments, sit quietly, and whenever a thought arises, label it softly as thinking. Notice how your relationship with your thoughts changes. You might feel less overwhelmed and more connected to a quiet center inside. This isn't about stopping thoughts. That's nearly impossible, but about learning how to not follow them blindly. It's like learning to walk along the edge of the stream rather than floating away in the current. Freedom begins with simple recognition. Every day, a voice hums inside us. Sometimes it plans, judges, replays what just happened, or worries about what might come next. This voice feels so familiar, so constant, that we often believe it is who we are. But taking a moment to notice this voice can remind us of something simple. We are not these thoughts. Instead, we are the awareness behind them. When you pause and listen, you start to see that the chatter isn't the real you. It's like a radio station broadcasting in the background, playing over and over. And just as you can turn down or change a radio station, you can also begin to notice that you don't have to get caught up in this endless voice. Recognizing it as separate from you is like turning your attention inward and saying, "That's not really me." It's the first step toward true freedom. When you see the voice clearly, it loses some of its power. It becomes like background noise that you notice but don't have to follow or believe. This is the key turning point. Awareness notices the chatter, not the chatter itself. And in noticing, a quiet space begins to emerge. The mind still speaks, but now you see it as just a part of your experience. Noticing gives you the opportunity to step back and see your thoughts as passing events rather than facts. It's like watching clouds drift across the sky. They come and they go. You don't have to hold on to them or chase after them. This simple act of noticing begins to change everything. Recognizing that you are the watcher, not the thought, opens the door to a kind of freedom that's always available. It's not something to earn or achieve. It's already there, waiting in plain sight. When you quiet the mental noise just a little, you feel a window opening into a calmer, more spacious part of yourself. That spaciousness isn't empty or blank. It's alive with open awareness. It's like standing in a room where the walls are transparent, and beyond them is an endless, calm sky. Inside that space, judgments and worries fade, and what remains is a gentle, steady presence. You begin to realize that beneath the noise of your mind lies a peaceful core that doesn't change. No matter what thoughts arise, that core stays steady and clear. All it takes is to notice this inner witness without trying to change or fix anything. Just notice. This simple act begins to dissolve the grip of mental noise. It's a gentle reminder that freedom doesn't require grand effort, just awareness. The more often you pause and notice your inner voice, the more natural it becomes to rest in that spacious awareness. And over time, you start to see that you don't need to be controlled by your thoughts. All you need is to recognize that you are the one observing them, not the thoughts themselves. This recognition softly shifts your experience and brings a calm power that's always been within reach. Action 5. Min Watcher breaks 3x daily. Throughout the day, your mind is like a busy street, filled with constant chatter. Thoughts come and go, often filled with planning, judging, or rehashing old stories. This inner commentator can feel overwhelming. The good news is that you don't need to be dragged along by this stream of thoughts. Instead, you can take a step back and become the watcher of your own mental landscape. This practice helps you see your thoughts without getting tangled in them. Taking just 5 minutes, 3 times a day, to pause and observe creates a powerful shift in your awareness. During these watcher breaks, simply stop what you're doing. Sit quietly, close your eyes if you like, or soften your gaze. Notice the thoughts that come up. No need to judge or change them. Just label them as thinking and let them float by like clouds in the sky. You might hear a voice saying, "I need to do this," or "What if that happens?" Acknowledge these thoughts and return to your breath. This gentle act of noticing transforms your relationship with your mind. Over time, you'll start to recognize that although thoughts arise, they do not define you. Establishing a habit of these short breaks takes practice, but it's entirely doable. You can set reminders on your phone or practice during scheduled pauses throughout your day, such as before meals or during a natural break in your routine. These moments not only interrupt the flow of automatic thinking, but also create essential space for you to reconnect with the present moment. Each time you stop to observe, you train your mind to recognize its own patterns. This awareness can help you respond to life with more clarity rather than automatic reactions. After practicing these watcher breaks, you may notice a sense of lightness in your mind and body. Thoughts may still come, but they won't have the same grip. You'll experience more space between thought and action. This can lead to better decision-making and a greater sense of calm. Embrace this practice with compassion for yourself, especially if your mind wanders at first. It's okay. That's part of the process. Remember, the goal isn't to silence your mind, but to simply step back and observe it with curiosity. Consider implementing your watcher breaks during those moments when you feel overwhelmed or stuck. Perhaps use this practice to take a breath between meetings or as a reset when transitioning from work to home life. This simple yet profound practice not only enhances your awareness, but also cultivates a more grounded and resilient presence in your day-to-day experiences. By paying attention to your inner experience, you become more adept at navigating life's challenges with grace. Chapter 2. The Habit of Identification. How you became the thinker, childhood conditioning, survival need. From a young age, we begin to notice an inner voice that talks, judges, worries, and tries to make sense of the world around us. This voice slowly shapes itself into what we call the thinker. Why does this happen? Because as children, our brains and hearts search for safety and control in an uncertain world. When things feel confusing or overwhelming, the mind steps in to try and solve problems before we even fully understand them. Thinking becomes a kind of armor, protecting us from feelings we aren't ready to face and from situations where we feel powerless. Imagine being a child trying to understand why your caregivers react the way they do, why rules sometimes seem harsh, or why the world suddenly feels unpredictable. Your thoughts start racing, tracking what happened, what might happen next, and how you might avoid pain or discomfort. This habit of constant mental chatter grows stronger because it feels like survival. It is how you learn to predict and prepare, to avoid danger, and to get approval or avoid punishment. Over time, those thoughts build a familiar space where you feel you can stay in control, even if only a little. The thinker becomes more than just a tool. It becomes part of your identity. You start to believe the constant commentary in your head is who you really are. It's the voice that will never leave you, the one that tries to keep you safe by planning and analyzing. Yet this voice often keeps you stuck in the past or worried about the future, never just present. The problem is that this feel-safe mechanism can stop us from simply being. Behind the endless thinking lies a deeper reason: survival. In childhood, whether spoken aloud or quiet, the mind builds its defenses to meet survival needs. When you grow up in an environment where emotions are confusing, safety feels unpredictable, or love is conditional on certain behaviors, the thinker steps up to protect you. It creates stories, worries, and judgments that feel like they keep you safe from harm or rejection. This is not a flaw or mistake. It's a natural response to outer conditions that shaped your early life. Knowing this unlocks a new way to relate to your thoughts. Rather than criticizing yourself for the chatter, you can begin to see it as a loyal, if overworked, friend trying to do its job. The thinker's efforts were once necessary, perhaps even life-saving. They helped you make sense of confusing emotions and keep your inner world in balance when the outside world felt unstable. This recognition invites gentle care toward yourself instead of frustration or shame for being caught in endless thinking. Practice noticing the way your mind jumps to worries, stories, or judgments. Can you gently ask yourself where these thoughts might have come from? What early moments might they be rooted in? When you meet your thinking with curiosity and kindness, you create space for awareness beyond the noise. This awareness isn't about stopping thinking, but seeing it as one part of your experience, not the whole. You begin to sense that there is a calm observer watching the mind's chatter, a presence that is not defined by the thoughts themselves. Try this simple invitation. Next time your mind spins with worries or judgments, pause for a moment. Notice the thoughts, then ask, is this thought trying to keep me safe? Let yourself feel the compassion for your younger self who built this inner voice. This shift in awareness plants the seed for freedom, not by silencing the thinker, but by loosening your identification with it. You aren't just your thoughts, you are the presence that notices them. That insight offers a little space, a little relief, where peace can grow. Thoughts feel real because you believe them. Thoughts often seem like they're just there, part of the background noise we live with each day. But really, they only feel so real because we believe them. When a thought pops up, like I can't do this or I'm not good enough, it sparks a feeling. That feeling then convinces us that what we are thinking is the absolute truth. So what makes these thoughts feel so solid? It's our belief in them. We accept them as facts instead of passing ideas. This belief doesn't usually happen consciously. It's a habit built over time. From childhood, we've learned to trust certain thoughts and stories about ourselves and the world. When repeated often enough, especially during stressful or emotional moments, they become part of how we see ourselves. We start reacting not just to the world around us, but to these mental stories that we believe. That's why a simple thought like "I'm terrible at this" can feel so convincing that it influences our mood and choices for the entire day. Think of it like this. Your mind is constantly generating thoughts like a never-ending stream. Some are helpful, but many are repetitive, judging, or worry-based. Because of repetition, these thoughts are woven into your sense of being. You start to think, "This is who I am," based on the stories that keep arising. But the truth is, thoughts are just sounds or images in your mind. They are not the reality itself. They're simply mental events that happen inside your awareness. When you believe in your thoughts without questioning them, you give them a kind of authority. You accept them as facts, and that renders their impact more intense. It's like taking a passing cloud as a storm. It's all in how we interpret what's happening inside. The more you believe a thought, the more real it seems, even if it has no actual basis in reality nor any lasting truth. Belief is the key to making thoughts seem solid and convincing. So, how do we begin to see through this illusion of certainty? One way is to start noticing when you believe a thought. Instead of accepting it as fact, pause for a moment. Watch the thought as if you're observing it from a distance. Ask yourself, is this true right now? Or is this just a thought that my mind has generated? Often, you'll see that thoughts come and go, like clouds in the sky. They rise, shift, and dissolve. But our tendency is to hold on to them and act as if they are permanent. Gently questioning a thought doesn't mean arguing with it or trying to suppress it. It's more like shining a light. When a thought arises saying, "I'm not enough," just notice it with kindness. Then, ask, is this thought actually true right now? Many times, the answer will be no. It's just a fleeting idea. Recognizing that thoughts are temporary makes it easier to loosen their grip. Over time, this practice helps us see that thoughts are not impervious facts, but passing pictures in the mind. When we stop giving them so much weight, they lose their power. With patience, we begin to realize that our belief in thoughts is a habit, something we conditioned ourselves to do. The mind loves certainty, but in truth, thoughts are just mental events, never the full story. A useful tool is to imagine or say to yourself, "This is just a thought, not my reality." Then, allow it to fade into the background. The more you practice this, the more you recognize the fleeting nature of thoughts. That small moment of questioning can be a powerful step toward more clarity. Instead of reacting automatically, you start opening space for awareness to be present, and that's where peace begins to grow. Remember, the goal isn't to stop thoughts from happening, but to see them for what they are, passing, often untrue stories, and not to believe everything your mind presents. Sometimes, simply noticing that a thought is just a thought is enough to create a small but important shift. Over time, this gentle practice can help you see that thoughts, no matter how real they seem, are not the truth. They are transient impressions inside your awareness, waiting to be seen through. Test. Can you find the edge where you ends and awareness begins? Your mind likes to identify with thoughts. It creates a sense of you wrapped up in stories, judgments, and plans. This is a habit formed over years. You might not even notice how tightly the ego grips these thoughts. It's easy to feel like your thoughts define you, but what if they don't? Can you pause and notice where your sense of self ends and awareness begins? This is the edge we are exploring. Engaging in a simple test can help you pinpoint this boundary. Pay attention during ordinary moments. Notice when your mind automatically claims a thought as me. Perhaps it's a worry about a meeting or a memory that surfaces unexpectedly. Can you feel the difference when you say, "I am anxious" versus "there is anxiety"? The latter invites separation. It lets you see that there's a witness to the anxiety rather than a prisoner of it. Relief when you stop taking thoughts personally. When you take your thoughts personally, it's as if you believe every single one of them is a direct message about who you are. If a thought says, "I'm not good enough," you accept it as truth. If it whispers, "They don't like me," you suffer the pain of rejection. This creates a constant inner tension, like carrying a heavy backpack filled with bricks you didn't choose to pack. Every worry, judgment, or criticism feels like a personal attack, leaving you exhausted and overwhelmed. The strange thing is that thoughts are just passing events in your mind. They don't have power unless you hand it over to them by making them about you. When you realize that the voice inside is not you, but a habit running in the background, relief begins to appear like a gentle breeze breaking through a stifling heat. Imagine if every comment your inner voice made was just noise on the radio, some of it interesting, some annoying, but none of it defining what you really are. The moment you stop treating thoughts as absolute truths or personal truths, you step out of the drama. You see thoughts without swallowing them whole. This space brings a sense of freedom you may not have known was possible. It feels like a weight lifts off your chest, and suddenly you breathe easier. That relief comes because you stop feeding the stories your mind spins about yourself. Without your belief, these stories lose their sting and their urgency. You become an observer of your thoughts, not a prisoner to them. That relief isn't just a momentary pause. It builds as a new way of being. It happens when you catch yourself in the act of identification and gently say, "That's just a thought," or "I am not this feeling." You notice the pattern of thinking and choose not to resist or push away, because resisting often makes thoughts feel louder and more threatening. When you allow them to be there without personal attachment, they tend to soften or even disappear. The mind relaxes, and your inner world opens up to peace. This is not about denying or suppressing thoughts, but simply refusing to let them define your experience. One way to understand this is by observing how much emotional energy your thoughts take from you when you believe they are true. If a thought says, "I made a mistake," you might feel shame or frustration. But if you catch yourself and say, "That's just a thought about the mistake," you create space between you and the feeling. This space is like a cushion that absorbs the impact so you don't get knocked down emotionally. It's a small skill that changes everything. Over time, this practice helps you see that thoughts are more like clouds passing in the sky than facts cemented into stone. They come and go, and you don't have to chase or catch them. Noticing when you identify with a thought is the first step toward feeling free. It's easy to get swept away by the flood of your inner voice. The stories it tells might feel urgent, important, or even true. But by pausing and naming what's happening, "Here is a thought about failure," or "This is a worry about the future," you pull back from automatic reactions. This isn't about judging your thoughts or yourself, but bringing gentle curiosity to what's happening inside. You might be surprised to find that some thoughts are repetitive, worn out, or simply unhelpful. When you stop taking these thoughts personally, you stop reacting as if your life depends on them being right. Another helpful way to release your grip on thoughts is to ask yourself, "Who would I be without this thought?" Imagine the space that opens up inside when criticism, blame, or fear loses its personal meaning. You don't have to erase or fix your thoughts. You only need to stop believing that you are the same as the thinking mind. This shift can feel like waking up from a fog. Suddenly, the heaviness dissolves. You can sit quietly and notice more clearly that behind the thinking, there is just awareness, still, calm, and curious. From this place, you live with more ease because your sense of self is no longer tied to mental noise. It also helps to practice small moments of stepping back throughout your day. When you realize you're caught in a spiral of self-judgment or worry, pause and breathe. Acknowledge the thought, then remind yourself, "This is not a fact about me." You might softly say, "Thinking." This simple word acts as a signal to your mind to take a break. Over time, these pauses become natural. They create space where you can respond to life rather than react. You become the watcher of your thoughts instead of a character in their story. This makes daily life feel lighter, clearer, and more peaceful. Action. Catch 3-foot I am thought moments today. We all have moments when a thought arises and suddenly, it feels like it's who we are. You might catch yourself thinking, "I am tired," or "I am stressed," and immediately, it feels true. That tiny phrase, "I am," becomes a container for what your mind is spinning. It's like placing your identity squarely into a passing thought, making it feel solid and real. But in truth, these thoughts come and go. They are just fleeting mental events, not the core of who you are. Recognizing this helps you see that the feeling of "I am" is often just a story your mind tells, not an unchangeable fact. Once you notice this pattern, it becomes easier to step back a bit and not buy into the identity that thoughts suggest. That feeling of "I am" attached to a thought often makes the thought seem more convincing. For example, if you think, "I am useless," it might seem like a truth rooted deep inside. But ask yourself, what if that thought is just passing by, like a cloud in the sky? It's easy to believe it without question because your mind is so quick to latch onto its own stories. Recognizing that these stories are just mental events can be freeing. It's like seeing a movie and realizing you are not the characters, just someone watching them. The more you notice this, the less real those thoughts feel. You begin to see that the feeling of "I am" isn't the problem. It's the identification with the thought that creates suffering. The next step is to start catching the moments when you slip into believing a thought is who you are. This means paying close attention to your mental chatter without anger or judgment. When a thought pops up, like "I am not enough" or "I am overwhelmed," pause for a second. Notice the feeling that comes with it. Do you feel tight, heavy, or restless? Recognize that this is a moment to practice awareness. Don't try to change the thought or judge yourself for having it. Just notice it as a passing mental event. It can help to softly say to yourself, "There's that thought again," or "I see you." Just witnessing it lends a bit of space between you and the thought. The more often you practice catching that "I am" attached to thoughts, the more you will see the pattern of identification unraveling naturally. This process isn't about stopping thoughts or controlling them. It's simply about developing a gentle watchfulness. When you see yourself thinking, "I am tired," or "I am worried," acknowledge the thought but don't cling to it. See it as a cloud passing across the sky of your awareness. Over time, these moments become more frequent, and the sense of being identified with thoughts diminishes. You start to realize that behind these fleeting thoughts is a spacious awareness, quiet, luminous, and unshakable. Catching these moments is like collecting tiny windows into your true nature, one awareness at a time. A practical way is to set reminders throughout the day. Whenever possible, pause and check in with yourself. Ask, am I buying into a thought right now? Or am I simply aware of the thought passing through? This small act of noticing can create a ripple of freedom. It often surprises people how many of their identified thoughts turn out to be transient, and how lightly they can be held once seen clearly. These moments of awareness become stepping stones toward living less identified with mental stories, allowing more space for peace and clarity to arise naturally. Chapter 3: The Space Behind the Noise. Silence naturally exists between thoughts. Rest there. These gaps can feel fleeting, but they are always present if you pay attention. Often, your mind is busy chattering, planning, or worrying. It can feel overwhelming. But within that stream of thoughts, there are pauses, tiny moments where you can just be. When you notice these silences, you create an opportunity to experience a deeper sense of yourself, one that isn't wrapped up in judgment or endless commentary. This space isn't empty. It's alive and full of potential. It's where clarity resides, free from the noise that typically surrounds your thinking. As you learn to spot these moments, you might find your mind quieting down on its own. Ask yourself, what is my next thought? This question helps pinpoint the space before a thought arises. Within that gap, you find stillness, a break from the constant flow of mental activity. It's here that understanding unfolds, and you can connect with your surroundings in a new way. By fostering this practice, you may realize that your thoughts do not define you. Instead, they are just part of a rhythm that includes beautiful moments of silence. Resting in these silences can feel uncomfortable at first. The ego often fears this space because it thrives on identity and story. Take a moment to notice any discomfort that arises when the chatter fades. Instead of filling the void with more thoughts or distractions, allow yourself to simply observe what is happening within. It may feel strange initially, as if you're stepping into unfamiliar territory. However, over time, you will discover a rich inner life waiting beyond the noise. You may find that resting here leads to more insightful moments throughout your day, where you react and respond from a place of calm and awareness. To help anchor this practice, consider setting aside a few minutes each day. Try sitting quietly and observing the thoughts that arise. Then gently bring your focus to the space between those thoughts. This practice doesn't require any skill or special knowledge. Just the willingness to be still and attentive is enough. As you deepen your experience, note how the world around you feels richer, fuller. You might feel more present with your loved ones, more aware of your surroundings, and more connected to the ebb and flow of life. The silences between thoughts are your invitation to step back from the chaos and enjoy the stillness. It's a simple yet profound way to reclaim your sense of peace and clarity in an otherwise noisy world. Awareness isn't empty. It's alive, open, complete. Awareness isn't some blank, empty space like a vast, silent desert. Instead, it's alive and present, quietly watching everything that happens inside you. The thoughts, sensations, emotions, and the noise of your mind. Think of awareness as a wide-open sky that holds all the weather passing through, never caught or changed by it. It's never cluttered or overwhelmed because its nature is openness itself, without edges or limits. When your mind is busy with chatter, planning, worrying, or judging, the awareness behind it remains steady, calm, and alert. It's not a faraway observer, but the constant presence that's always here. You don't have to do anything to be aware. It's naturally happening all the time. What feels like emptiness is actually fullness, a vast openness that includes everything without needing to fix or change anything. This presence is alive in the sense that it's responsive and receptive. It notices sensations in the body, catches fleeting thoughts, hears sounds, and feels emotions without grabbing onto them. Unlike your thoughts, which come and go, awareness stays open and complete even when your mind is silent. There's no gap in it. Instead, it's like a steady light shining behind the ever-shifting images, never dimming or flickering. To get a sense of what this living awareness feels like, try this simple invitation. Pause for a moment and ask yourself, what's here right now, beyond the thoughts? Notice the space between the thoughts, the small gaps that naturally appear when the mind stops planning or chasing after something. When you focus on those gaps, you'll find that they're not empty holes, but alive with a gentle presence that's both open and peaceful. Resting in this space doesn't mean you need to clear your mind entirely or force silence. Instead, it's about letting thoughts come and go without holding on to them, and returning your attention to this awareness that's always there. Each time you practice, you're learning to meet yourself in a way that's soft and spacious. There's no need for effort or struggle, just a gentle recognition that this awareness is where freedom lives. If you notice that the mind wants to fill the space again with words, feelings, or stories, invite curiosity instead of frustration. A simple question like, "What's the next thought going to be?" often opens a natural pause. That pause reveals the alive quality of awareness, the way it's always ready to welcome whatever arises without resistance. Over time, this practice builds a sense of safety and completeness inside you, no matter what the mind is doing. Remember, awareness isn't an empty container waiting to be filled. It's a living presence that holds everything as it is, whole and undivided. When you allow yourself to rest here, even briefly, you start to touch a place beyond struggle and noise. This place isn't a distant goal, but the foundation already beneath your experience, waiting quietly for you to come home to it. Ego fears this space. Know me there. The ego is inherently resistant to stillness because it relies on a constant sense of separate thinking. To the mind, silence and emptiness can feel dangerous or threatening. It interprets the absence of thoughts as a void, something to fear. When you sit quietly or try to find a space beyond your mental chatter, the ego often activates defenses. It creates resistance, distraction, or urgency because it senses something essential is at stake. This fear manifests as a push to fill the space with more thinking or activity. The ego wants to hold on to its familiar stories, identities, and assumptions. It fears losing those because, without them, It worries it might cease to exist or be seen as important. This fear shows up as inner tension. When you attempt to quiet your mind, the mind produces frantic thoughts. When you pause and feel this space, there's often a noticeable squeeze or contraction in your chest or your mind. The ego reacts by tightening up or by rushing to fill the void with something familiar, like worries about the future, regrets from the past, or habitual judgments. It's as if the ego says, "No, I don't want this quiet. It's unsafe." It tries to distract or avoid because facing the emptiness feels like losing control. That fear of the space behind the noise is really a fear of losing the stories that define you. The ego clings to its identity, thinking, "If I stop, I might fall apart." This resistance to stillness isn't a sign that something is wrong with you. It's a built-in survival instinct running silently in the background. The mind clings to its familiar mental patterns because they give a sense of safety and continuity. But that very resistance limits your experience of peace and freedom. The fear keeps us trapped in constant mental activity, never allowing us to settle into the pure awareness that's always present. Recognizing this fear is the first step. Understanding that the ego is simply afraid of losing its grip helps you see it more clearly. When you notice this resistance, instead of engaging with it, just breathe into the sensation of contraction. Gently remind yourself, this is just a fear, transient and not fundamentally real. Let it be there without judgment or attempt to control it. One of the gentlest ways to dissolve the ego's defenses is to approach this space with curiosity. Instead of pushing to get rid of the fear, simply ask, "What is here right now?" or "What am I resisting?" Allow that question to invite you inward, without pressure. As thoughts or feelings arise, notice them like passing clouds. Don't try to chase or push them away. Just quietly observe. When the mind resists stillness, it often does so because it's afraid of what will be revealed. But if you sit with this hesitation, with kindness toward yourself, the fear begins to soften. You start to see that the space behind the noise isn't dangerous, but rather profoundly peaceful and truthful. This practice can be done in brief pauses throughout the day. When you notice yourself caught in mental noise, take a moment to ask, "Is there really something here to fear?" Often, the answer will be no. The ego's fears are rooted in stories about losing control or being vulnerable. When you gently question those stories, they lose their grip. Instead of fighting the fear or trying to escape it, just acknowledge it. Say softly inside, "I see you, fear. You're trying to protect me, but I can stand here, in this moment, even without the stories." Over time, these questions open a small gap, a space where you can begin to experience the peace that exists beyond the mental noise. This isn't about forcing silence, but about gently meeting what's here and recognizing that the space of know me can be safe and nourishing. Learning to sit with curiosity and questioning builds a quiet resilience. It allows the ego's defenses to soften naturally. As you practice, you discover that the fear of this space diminishes. It's replaced by a sense of openness, a feeling that, even in emptiness, you are held by something greater than the stories and identities. This process invites you to see that the ego's fears, though intense, are just patterns, not the truth of who you are. The more you gently stay present with them, the more the courage to be still grows. Start with small moments. When you notice tension or resistance, pause and ask, "What's really here?" You might be surprised to find that beneath the fear, there's just peace waiting to be felt. Practice, question "What's my next thought?" reveals gap. The simple question, "What's my next thought?" serves as a powerful tool to gently reveal the fleeting space or gap between your thoughts. This gap is where spaciousness lives, often unnoticed in the chaos of daily life. When you pause and invite this question into your awareness, it encourages you to step back, even if only for a moment. You might feel an uncomfortable silence or a tickle of curiosity, but that discomfort is often just a signal that something deeper is happening. By honing in on this inquiry, you open a door to recognizing the constant flow of thoughts, allowing yourself to see that they are not always the center of your experience. Asking what's my next thought not only illuminates the quiet pause, but also helps you detach from the stream of mental chatter. This practice fosters an understanding that thoughts arise without your conscious directive. It builds your ability to observe them like clouds passing across the sky, each one transient and temporary. When you engage in this questioning habit, try to observe what thoughts bubble up without trying to grasp or hold on to them. This shift in perspective encourages a sense of calm and clarity, transforming how you interact with your inner dialogue. Regularly practicing this inquiry helps develop a spacious awareness amid the noise in your mind. Each time you encounter moments of confusion or overwhelm, pause and ask yourself again, what's my next thought? You may find that these instances provide an opportunity to engage with your thoughts differently. Instead of being swept away by them, you start to notice patterns and triggers. Over time, this creates a profound sense of inner calm. Cultivating this sense of awareness doesn't require hours of dedication each day. Even brief moments spent asking this question can lead to meaningful insights. Allow this practice to become a gentle habit in your daily routine, one that reminds you to observe rather than participate in the relentless narrative of thought. Action: 10 minutes gap spotting session. Settle into a comfortable position and allow your eyes to close if that feels right. Notice the familiar stream of thoughts flowing through your mind, the plans, the worries, the stories replaying in the background. This mental chatter is like static on a radio, constant and often unnoticed because it's always there. Now, invite a quiet pause, just for 10 minutes. Nothing needs to change or be fixed. Simply observe the voice in your head as if you were listening to someone else speak softly nearby. During this time, don't push away or try to stop the thoughts. That only makes them louder. Instead, let yourself become aware of these mental sounds without grabbing onto them. Between the words, between the ideas, there are brief moments of silence. These tiny windows are easy to miss because they are so subtle and short. Still, they are always waiting. The trick is to soften your attention and tune into those spaces rather than the noise. This gentle, quiet noticing opens a new relationship with the mind's chatter, a chance to step back rather than be pulled in quickly. It might feel strange at first. Thoughts could rush in faster, or you might get distracted. When that happens, simply return your focus to the space between those thoughts. This is not about controlling your mind or making it go silent. Instead, it's a friendly invitation to see what naturally happens when you pause. With practice, these tiny breaks grow clearer and the noise less overwhelming. Giving yourself this 10-minute window every day builds a habit of stepping outside the constant commentary, offering relief from identification with every passing thought. As you sit quietly, begin to notice the moments when one thought ends and before another begins. These gaps aren't empty or void. They have their own texture, a stillness that holds space for everything else. When you catch a glimpse of this gap, try to stay present with it. Feel the subtle ease that arises when the mind is not busy spinning its usual tale. This space invites curiosity rather than effort. You don't need to make it bigger or hold on to it. Simply meet it with gentle attention and let it expand on its own. The quiet between thoughts often feels like a breath, a pause in sound, or a soft shift in your awareness. You might notice calm settling in or a sense of openness in the chest or head. Sometimes it is so brief it slips away quickly. Other times it lasts longer and feels like coming home. This practice helps build awareness not just of what you think, but where your awareness naturally rests beyond the thinking. Over time, these moments become easier to find and linger in. It's normal to struggle with this at first. The mind loves to keep busy, and it can feel uncomfortable to sit simply with silence. When resistance or frustration arises, try softening your attitude toward whatever you're feeling. There is no right or wrong way to experience the gap. Your willingness to pause, even if only briefly, is a step toward more spacious awareness. Each pause is a small act of kindness to yourself, reminding you that there is more to your experience than mental chatter and storylines. Try to carry this sense of gently noticing the gap into your daily life. Between meetings, while waiting in line, or during ordinary moments. Invite yourself to spot the silent space. These short check-ins anchor you in awareness and make the gaps more familiar and accessible. With repeated practice, what once felt like an interruption transforms into a peaceful habit, creating room for freedom inside your busy mind. Chapter 4. Your inner energy field. Feel subtle energy moving or blocked in chest, body. Start by bringing your attention gently to your chest area. Notice your breathing without trying to change it. Feel how the air moves in and out, perhaps warm and soft or cool and sharp. As you stay present, begin to sense the subtle sensations in your chest: tingling, tightness, fluttering, or perhaps a sense of openness. Sometimes, the energy feels expansive, like a gentle wave spreading through your heart space. At other times, it might seem to be held or pushed back, stuck in place. These feelings are part of your body's natural energy flow, simply showing where you are relaxed or contracted. As you continue to tune in, pay attention to areas where you notice tension or resistance. Maybe your shoulders feel tight, or your stomach clenches unknowingly. This tension often signals a blockage in the energy moving freely. Imagine your breath as a gentle stream that can help free up these tight spots. With each inhale, invite fresh, calm energy into your chest, and with each exhale, imagine releasing any stiffness or holding. You can also visualize the tension dissolving like mist evaporating, making space for more ease. Over time, with regular attention, you may find that the energy begins to flow more smoothly, opening your chest and making you feel lighter and more grounded. Notice what happens if you breathe into a tight or blocked area without trying to force it. Sometimes, just staying present with the sensation can soften the stiffness or resistance. Allow yourself to be curious about what's happening in the body without judgment. A contraction might feel like a protective shield, a way your system has learned to keep pain or discomfort at bay. When you gently breathe into that area and relax the surrounding muscles, it often begins to soften, creating room for energy to flow again. Think of your breath as a gentle wave that can carry away the tension, clearing the space in your chest and body for life forced to move freely. A simple but powerful practice is to take a few moments several times a day to notice how your energy feels, especially in your chest. If you notice heaviness or a block, pause and breathe intentionally into that spot. Imagine your breath as a soft wind that can flutter through, gently encouraging the energy to move. With practice, you'll become more aware of how your body responds to this attention, and you'll start to see the natural rhythm of energy circulation within you. Remember, even small shifts in awareness can help unlock tension, making it easier for your body's energy to flow and your mind to settle into a sense of openness and peace. Tension arises from resisting life's flow. Tension arises in our lives when we resist the natural flow of things. This resistance can feel like a weight pressing down on us. It can make us feel stuck or overwhelmed, as if we're trapped in a cycle of stress. Think about moments when things don't go as planned. Perhaps you find yourself clenching your jaw or holding your breath. These tension-filled moments highlight how our bodies react when we push back against life. Instead of moving with the current, we create obstacles that block our energy. It's important to recognize this pattern, to notice when we are gripping tightly to our ideas of how things should be. Our resistance often comes from fear. We fear the unknown, the outcomes we cannot control, or the feelings that arise when we allow ourselves to be vulnerable. This fear can manifest in various ways, such as anxiety about tomorrow or regret about yesterday. When we resist these feelings, we get stuck in a loop of overthinking and maintaining control. We convince ourselves that if we could just push harder, find the right strategy, or think our way out of the situation, we would feel better. Unfortunately, this often leads to more tension, not less. It's a setup for burnout and frustration. Shifting from resistance to openness can transform our experience. When we accept what is, we create space for energy to flow freely. Instead of blocking our feelings, we can welcome them. This doesn't mean we love every emotion we experience, but rather that we are willing to sit with them without judgment. Openness allows us to recognize our feelings, provide them the attention they deserve, and then let them pass. Picture a stream flowing peacefully. It moves over rocks, bends around trees, and continues to flow, regardless of obstacles. This is how our energy can move when we allow it. Practicing acceptance can ease tension significantly. When life throws us a curveball, instead of resisting, we might consider asking ourselves, what if I let this be just as it is? By doing this, we release the tight grip on our expectations. Instead of tensing up, we breathe into the situation, allowing ourselves to be fully present. Notice how a deep breath feels in these moments. Pay attention to where you might be holding tension in your body. As you breathe in, imagine that oxygen sending warmth to those tight areas. As you exhale, envision the tension melting away. This practice fosters relaxation and vitality, helping us connect with the present moment instead of fighting our experiences. In daily life, you can start to notice small instances of resistance and choose to respond with acceptance. This might look like pausing before reacting in a stressful situation. It can be as simple as taking a moment to breathe and feeling your feet on the ground. These transitions from tension to openness can create a profound shift, leading to greater ease in your everyday life. Openness lets energy move freely. Contraction traps it. Inside you, there's a subtle energy moving all the time. Sometimes this energy feels smooth, gentle, and alive, like a soft current flowing through your body. Other times, it feels stuck, heavy, or tight, like a knot blocking that flow. When you feel open, your energy field is like a wide, clear river where water moves without obstacle. This openness doesn't mean force or pushing. It's a relaxed state of allowing. Your chest, your heart center, your whole body feels space enough to simply be. When energy moves freely, it brings a sense of ease and aliveness. You might notice your breathing becomes softer and natural. Even your thoughts can feel less grabbing, less urgent. This openness gives life a kind of flow that's gentle but persistent. It's what allows you to meet whatever arises without shutting down or resisting. When you pause and pay attention to this feeling, it often shows up as a gentle expansion in the chest or a lightness that doesn't try to change anything. That subtle spaciousness is your energy in motion. You don't have to create this openness. It's always there beneath the surface. It's like the sky behind the clouds. When the clouds clear, the blue is just there. Your energy field works the same way. When you stop pulling in or holding tight against whatever comes, the natural flow is ready to move freely again. Noticing that feeling is a skill you can practice. It begins with simply feeling without trying to fix or analyze. With gentle attention, you begin to recognize your own energy moving with less restriction, more grace, and a quiet power in its subtlety. Most of us carry habits of contraction without realizing it. When something feels difficult, scary, or unpleasant, the body often tightens automatically. The chest may close in, the shoulders lift, or the stomach clenches. This contraction is your body's way of bracing against discomfort. It's a natural response, but holding this tightness traps energy inside, like clenching a fist around air. Instead of energy moving freely, it stays stuck, creating tension that can spread to mind and body. Contraction often happens so smoothly you hardly notice it. You might find yourself breathing shallowly or holding your breath when thoughts or feelings feel overwhelming. That's your energy responding with resistance. When you tighten, it becomes harder to feel calm or present. The mind can spin faster, looking for safety, trying to fix or avoid what feels unsafe. This loop keeps energy locked down and slows your ability to relax into the moment. Softening these contractions doesn't mean forcing yourself to relax or snap out of it. Instead, it's an invitation to get curious about where you're holding inside. Bring your attention to the tight places without judgment. Notice the sensations as they are. Breathe gently into them. Even the smallest shift, like letting your chest soften just a bit or letting your shoulders drop, can create space for energy to move. This isn't a one-time fix, but a practice of leaning into openness again and again, with compassion for the struggle. Each time you soften holds the promise of a little more freedom. Try this now. Pause and bring your attention to your chest. Notice if it feels tight or closed. Don't try to change anything yet. Just feel what's there. Now imagine your breath as a warm wave flowing into that tightness, melting it slowly. You might feel a subtle opening around your heart or a small release of tension. That's the way energy moves when you choose softness over contraction. It's a simple shift with a big impact, waiting quietly inside you. Body scan. Notice tightness. Breathe into it. Start by finding a comfortable position, sitting or lying down in a way that allows your body to relax. Close your eyes if you feel comfortable, or soften your gaze. Bring your attention to your body, and without judgment, begin to notice sensations. Scan through your body slowly, paying attention to areas that feel tight or constricted. You might notice a tightness in your shoulders, a clenching in your jaw, or a stiffness in your back. Simply observe these sensations as they are. No need to change or judge them. Allow your awareness to rest there, just noticing what is present in each moment. This process is not about fixing the tightness, but about recognizing it with kindness. Notice where your body feels heavy or tense, and see if any places may even feel numb or disconnected. Maybe your chest feels tight, or your stomach is clenched. As you continue your scan, remember that tension often masks deeper feelings or stress. Simply acknowledging these feelings can be calming, even if you don't yet understand their source. Let your attention flow gently, like a soft wave passing over your body, noticing things as they are rather than trying to change them immediately. Once you've identified a spot of tightness, turn your awareness to your breath. Let your breathing be slow and gentle, like a calm, natural rhythm. Imagine that each inhale brings fresh air directly to the tight area. With each exhale, visualize the tension melting away. Sometimes, simply breathing into a tight spot can help it soften. For example, if your shoulders feel stiff, focus on breathing into that area, feeling the air move in and out. As you breathe, invite the muscles to relax, releasing some of the built-up tension. You don't need to force or control your breath. Just observe how it flows. Notice how your body responds when you pay attention this way. You might find that a few conscious breaths allow the tightness to ease just a little. Even a tiny bit of openness can make a noticeable difference. When tension gets stuck, it blocks energy from flowing freely through your body. Breathing into these areas helps restore a sense of flow and vitality. Think of your breath as a gentle wave that moves lingering tension out of your muscles, making space for ease and comfort. If you find yourself getting distracted or your mind wandering, gently bring your focus back to your breath and the sensations of your body. This simple practice doesn't have to be perfect. Just repeated moments of attention can teach your body to relax more naturally over time. If tension persists, stay curious. Ask yourself, what am I noticing here? Often, this curiosity loosens the grip tension has held, allowing you to pause and soften into what's happening inside. Action: 3x daily open chest breaths. Our bodies are filled with energy that flows and pulses, reflecting our emotional and mental state. When we are tense or anxious, this energy becomes blocked. This happens especially in the chest area, where we often hold feelings like fear or sadness. The way we feel in our bodies tells us a lot about how we relate to life's ups and downs. When we open ourselves, we invite life in. When we close off, we resist. Pay attention to how your chest feels in different situations. Is it tight? Is it open? This awareness is the first step toward inviting more ease into your life. Breath is the bridge connecting our inner experience to the world around us. When we breathe deeply, we can release tension and allow energy to move freely. Tuning into this flow can help us navigate life's challenges more gracefully. Being aware of how our bodies react helps us understand what we might be holding on to. It's a gentle reminder that we can choose to let go of tightness and embrace openness. Embarking on the practice of open chest breaths is a powerful way to cultivate more openness and release the energy that may feel stuck inside. The idea is simple. Take a few moments, 3 times a day, to consciously open your chest while you breathe. Start by sitting or standing comfortably. Inhale deeply through your nose, expanding your chest as wide as you can. Feel the air filling your lungs and the gentle stretch in your ribcage. Hold the breath for a moment, and then exhale slowly, allowing your chest to relax and your shoulders to drop. With every breath, visualize tension melting away. This isn't just breath. It's an invitation to be present, to feel, and to acknowledge any sensations that arise. Consistency is key. Set reminders on your phone or place sticky notes in areas you frequent, like your desk or bathroom mirror. During these moments, embrace the space around your heart. You may notice feelings surfacing, joy, sadness, or even anger. Let them come. Each breath can help clear away clutter, making room for a more authentic experience of life. This practice gently nudges you to be aware of your body's responses and reinforces the connection between breath and well-being. As you continue this practice, it's important to approach it with a sense of curiosity. Notice what shifts in your body and mind. Do you feel lighter? Are you more aware of your emotions? Keeping a journal can help track these changes. On days you feel heavy or burdened, taking those open chest breaths can be especially nourishing. It's a practice of kindness towards yourself. You're not just breathing, you're creating a haven for your feelings, letting them flow without judgment. Make the open chest breath a part of your daily routine. Whether it's morning, midday, or before bed, find moments to pause and breathe. This can anchor you in the present and help combat those racing thoughts. Over time, this practice can transform the way you approach both small stresses and significant events in your life. Remember, each breath is a small step toward living more fully, more openly. Chapter 5. The Heart of It All. Center and chest, where you feel life most vividly. There is a special place inside you that often goes unnoticed, the center of your chest. This is where life feels most alive, raw, and immediate. Whether it's joy bubbling up like warmth spreading inward, or pain settling like a heavy weight, this spot holds the essence of your feelings in a way your mind can't quite reach. Fear, too, presses in here, sharp or tight, reminding you that life is unfolding in real time. Instead of a distant thought, this is a sensation that vibrates with presence, inviting you to notice the energy of being alive right inside your body. When something touches your heart, it often manifests as a physical pulse or expansion here. Happiness might feel like a lightness that opens your chest, while grief or worry can feel like closing, a clutching tightness that stops the natural flow. You might try to ignore or push away these feelings because they seem overwhelming or uncomfortable. Yet, these sensations are signals, showing you what's truly moving through you. This center in the chest is like a doorway, the way you come closest to yourself and to life itself. When you pay attention, you notice subtle changes with each experience. Sometimes the chest feels steady and calm, a quiet strength beneath the surface. Other times it sits uneasy, restless with anticipation or sadness. You might even feel a warm glow when kindness or compassion stirs inside. It's worth spending a moment simply tuning in, feeling what is alive there before rushing away. This place tells you stories far deeper than words, stories written in pulse and breath. It reminds you that your feelings are not just empty noise, but living currents inside your body. Staying with these feelings without shutting down is difficult. The natural reaction when discomfort arises in the chest is to pull back, to tighten, to distract yourself. This closing protects you from pain, but also blocks the flow of life's energy. You learn early on to close when fear or sadness presses in, but this limits your ability to process and transform what's inside. The paradox is that real strength comes from allowing the chest to stay open, even when it feels vulnerable. This openness invites healing and clarity by simply making room for whatever arises. Instead of fighting sensations or pushing them away, you watch them move through, like clouds passing across a bright sky. When you choose to stay open in your chest, a natural warmth arises. It's gentle and unforced, like a quiet fire that doesn't burn but comforts. This warmth is your resilience, the heart's ability to hold space for pain, joy, and fear without losing balance. You might notice it spreading gradually, reaching into your shoulders, throat, or even your face. It's the body's way of signaling that you can trust yourself to stay with life as it unfolds. This trust grows stronger over time and helps you meet each moment with greater ease. Opening to what is felt in the chest can change how you respond to stress and difficult emotions. When tension rises, placing a hand gently over this area invites attention and care. It's a simple gesture that reminds you to stay with the feelings instead of reacting automatically. As you breathe into the chest, the tightness often begins to soften. The habit of closing down slowly gives way to a sense of spaciousness, even if the sensation is still intense. This practice helps you move from holding or resisting feelings to allowing them to flow naturally, revealing your heart's quiet strength underneath. Try this now. Bring your awareness to the center of your chest and notice what's there without trying to change anything. Is it tight, open, warm, or uneasy? Pause and breathe gently into that space. Do that several times across your day. With patience, you'll discover this spot as the place where life reveals itself most vividly, and where you can find room to simply be. Pain, joy, fear all pass through here. The heart is often seen as the seat of our deepest feelings. It's not just a muscle that beats, it's a doorway through which every emotion flows. Pain, joy, fear, these all pass through here, like weather moving across the sky. Sometimes feelings arrive with a sudden force, making us want to push away or numb the sensation. Other times they drift in quietly, requiring only gentle acknowledgement. Recognizing that the heart is a passageway helps us see that emotions are never permanent residents. They are visitors passing through, shaping our experience but not defining who we are. When we learn to notice this flow without resistance, we begin to understand that feelings are like waves, rising, cresting, and then flowing out again. This awareness creates a space in which emotions can be felt fully without becoming overwhelming. How often do we stop to rest in this natural rhythm, simply listening as feelings move through us? The more we do, the more we realize that pain, joy, and fear are some of the many colors painting the landscape of our inner world. Sometimes it feels like these feelings are fixed, like they own us. But really, they are passing phenomena in the vast field of awareness. When we resist pain, it tends to grow stronger, digging in its heels. When we chase after joy, we can cling too tightly, squeezing out its natural ease. Fear can seem like a looming shadow, making everything seem smaller or darker than it truly is. The truth is, all these feelings are signals, messages from within asking for recognition. When we stop fighting the waves, whether they are gentle or wild, they lose their power to tip us over. Instead, we learn to sit with them, to feel them as part of being alive. The heart holds all of this with patience. It doesn't judge or reject what passes through. It simply stands as the calm witness, allowing each sensation to unfold naturally. This perspective transforms the way we relate to our inner world. Feelings become less scary when we realize they are not enemies, but messengers moving through us, shaping us as they go. When an uncomfortable feeling arises, whether it's pain, fear, or anger, we often want to avoid it or push it away. That urge to escape is natural, but it can also trap us in a cycle of resistance. Instead, try to stay grounded in your body, feeling your feet on the ground or your back against the chair. Let your attention anchor there. As sensations come up, instead of fighting them or trying to change them, simply notice them with gentle curiosity. Feel the tension in your chest or the knot in your stomach. Recognize that these sensations are temporary and that they will shift with patience. Cultivating compassion for yourself during this process can make a big difference. Remind yourself that it's okay to feel scared or uncomfortable. You are simply human, learning to sit with what is happening inside, without judgment. This doesn't mean you have to fix anything. It means accepting what's there and giving yourself kindness as you experience it. Allowing sensations to flow means creating space for them, instead of trying to push them down or suppress them. If you notice resistance or tightening, gently breathe into those areas, softening the muscles and calming the nervous system. Recognize that feeling vulnerable is part of being alive. When you relax into the sensations, you often find that the intensity diminishes and a sense of calm begins to reappear. The practice is simple but deep. Every moment of willingness to stay present counts. Over time, this openness helps to loosen the grip of fear and pain, making space for healing and growth. You might ask yourself, can I welcome this feeling like an old friend? Doing so nurtures a sense of compassion and patience that guides you gently through difficult moments. Remember, each time you practice staying open, you strengthen your inner resilience, your ability to sit with whatever passes through your heart and to trust that it's all part of life's natural dance. Habitually close when uncomfortable. Instead, stay open. When discomfort arises, it's natural to want to close off. Many of us instinctively protect ourselves from feelings that make us uneasy. This response is often driven by a deep-seated urge for safety and control. When we experience discomfort, our first instinct may be to retreat. Perhaps it's a sharp pang of anxiety during a difficult conversation or a sensation of tightness when faced with emotional pain. These physical and emotional reactions are normal. They signal a moment of vulnerability where we instinctively shut down, believing it will spare us from further hurt. Yet, this habitual closing can become a cycle that limits our capacity for connection and understanding. The more we isolate ourselves, the more entrenched these patterns become. Closing our hearts can feel like a protective measure, but in reality, it often leads to isolation and even deeper distress. We might tell ourselves we are okay when we are not, or convince ourselves that avoiding discomfort will protect us. However, this avoidance rarely leads to the peace we seek. Staying open in the face of discomfort is a powerful practice. Instead of shutting down, we can learn to embrace the feelings that arise. This doesn't mean we need to enjoy discomfort or seek it out. Rather, it's about acknowledging it without judgment. When faced with uncomfortable feelings, try to pause for a moment. Ask yourself, what's really happening here? This simple inquiry can be grounding. You can also experiment with physical techniques to foster openness. Placing a hand on your heart or taking a deep breath can be calming. Feel the sensations in your body without trying to change them. Allow yourself to experience whatever arises. As you do this, you may find that staying present opens doors to deeper emotions and insights. You might discover resilience you didn't know you had, leading to greater empathy toward yourself and others. By practicing this openness, you create space for connection, not only with your own feelings, but also with those around you. Relationships thrive when we allow ourselves to remain vulnerable. Embracing our discomfort can lead to authentic conversations and deeper bonds. The next time you feel the urge to close off, remember that staying open is an invitation to grow, feel, and connect with your truest self. As you notice your tendency to close off, consider using this as an opportunity to practice openness. The next time discomfort arises, try taking a moment to breathe into it. Acknowledge your feelings without judgment and invite them in with curiosity. You may find that what initially feels heavy can transform into a path to greater awareness and connection. Warmth expands naturally when you allow feeling. Warmth in the heart isn't something you have to force or create artificially. It's already there, quietly waiting beneath layers of distraction, judgment, or rushing thoughts. When you pause and gently turn your attention inward, that warmth begins to show itself more clearly. It grows on its own, simply by allowing space for what you feel without pushing it away or fixing it. Feeling isn't about control, it's about presence. When you stay present with your emotions, even the difficult ones, something softens inside. The tightness and resistance that block warmth start to ease, and warmth expands naturally from the center of your chest. The heart's warmth is often connected to genuine openness. When you step back from mental chatter and notice your feelings as they are, without pushing for a story or judgment, you create a kind of inner safety. This subtle safety is what lets warmth spread like gentle light, warming even parts of yourself that often feel cold or shut off. It's not about doing anything dramatic or exciting. It's more like sitting quietly in a room where a fire is already burning. You simply remove the barriers between yourself and that fire. Without pushing or pulling, warmth appears as a natural response to kindness toward your own experience. When you allow feeling fully, you invite your body to participate. The chest softens, the breath deepens, and your energy flows more freely. Warmth moving through you isn't just an abstract idea. It's a physical sensation, a gentle expanding, a glow that isn't forced or created by the mind, but comes from deeper acceptance. This warmth tends to flow outward too, affecting how you relate to yourself and others. It fosters a connection that's less defensive and more open, because you're not caught in pushing feelings away or holding back. Simply opening to your feelings helps things inside you breathe and flow naturally. Being gentle with yourself when feelings arise is key to letting warmth grow. Often, we resist or judge what we feel, especially when emotions seem uncomfortable or vulnerable. Instead of calling feelings bad or wrong, try meeting them with a soft curiosity. What is this feeling like in your body? How does it want to be noticed? When you answer with kindness rather than criticism, it usually starts to shift. Vulnerable feelings don't need fixing. They need recognition and, above all, compassion. That compassion can spread warmth slowly but surely. Compassion isn't just a kind idea. It's an experience you cultivate by giving your feelings room to be themselves. When you hold your vulnerability tenderly, something changes inside. It's like turning a spotlight toward a cold corner. The light warms and gently dissolves shadows. This doesn't mean you need to stay stuck in painful feelings, but rather to allow them briefly without rushing away. And that allowance creates space. Space where feelings can come and go without gripping you or shutting you down. From that spaciousness, warmth naturally appears and grows. Practicing this gentle openness can be simple. You might place a hand on your heart when sadness, fear, or shame arises. Let your breath soften the tightness in your chest rather than tightening against it. Notice, without pushing, how warmth begins to fill that space as you breathe. This kind of subtle, patient kindness toward yourself builds a steady foundation for warmth to expand. Over time, you'll find that even when difficult emotions show up, your heart remains open. That openness feels like a quiet strength, a familiarity with yourself that isn't shaken by whatever moment arrives. Try this small practice today. When you feel any tension or unease, pause for a moment and invite your chest and heart area to relax despite the discomfort. Imagine inviting warmth right into the place where you feel tightness. You don't need to change anything or force a feeling of comfort. Just allow the sensation to be there, letting it breathe. Watch how, simply by allowing, warmth begins to move on its own. It grows without expectation or need. That natural expansion is a quiet invitation to continue living with your feelings, not against them. Action. Hand on heart during stress triggers. When stress hits, your mind tends to take over, sending waves of worry, tension, or even panic. Usually, you might try to push these feelings away or distract yourself, but there's a simple act you can do that often brings relief right away. Placing your hand on your chest, especially over your heart, can act like a gentle anchor in those moments. It's a way of reconnecting with what's happening inside and reminding yourself that you are safe, even in the midst of chaos. This small touch works because it creates a bodily signal to your nervous system that things are okay. The heart is often seen as the center of emotion and life energy, so touching it can send a message directly to your brain that it's safe to relax. When you feel overwhelmed, This gesture can shift your focus from the storm of thoughts to the sensation of contact, something real and present. It's not about fixing anything. It's about meeting yourself with kindness and noticing what's really happening beneath the surface. By consciously bringing awareness to your hand on your heart, you're creating a moment of pause. It pulls you out of reflexive reaction and into a space of observation. When you notice that tightness in your chest or that flutter in your belly, don't try to change or judge it. Simply observe and stay connected to the warmth of your hand and your heartbeat. This gentle reminder that you are here, now, can soften the edges of stress and bring a sense of stability back into your body. Using your hand on your heart as a tool during stressful moments is surprisingly easy. When you feel the tension rising, whether it's a racing mind, shaky hands, or a tight chest, stop whatever you're doing. Place your hand softly over your heart, letting your palm rest there comfortably. Feel the warmth of your skin, the steady beat underneath. Notice how this simple act invites you to slow down and reconnect with your body. This act serves as a gentle invitation to pause, take a breath, and just be present. As you breathe calmly, focus on the sensation of your hand touching your chest. The warmth, the pressure, the gentle movement of your breath. These are anchors that pull you back into the moment. This isn't about fixing anything. It's about reaffirming that you are safe inside. That even if the external world feels chaotic, there's always this inner stillness you can turn to. Over time, practicing this regularly helps it become a natural response. The next time stress hits unexpectedly, you'll already have a simple tool to ground yourself. It's like giving yourself a moment of reassurance amid the storm, a small act that reminds you that beneath the surface of tension, there exists a peaceful core. A hand on your heart signals to your nervous system. It's okay to slow down. It's okay to be here with whatever is present. One practical tip is to set an intention before any stressful situation. Remind yourself, when I notice tension, I will place my hand on my heart. Then, when you're actually in a heightened state, do it without overthinking. Feel your heartbeat, breathe gently, and let this be your quiet act of kindness toward yourself. Sometimes just the simple gesture makes it easier to accept and soften what feels overwhelming. Chapter 6. Catching the close. Exact moment. Trigger hits, chest tightens, mind spins. When an emotional trigger hits, your body responds in ways that are hard to ignore. You might feel a tightness across your chest, like a heavy weight pressing down. Your mind may start to spin, racing ahead with thoughts, worries, and potential scenarios. It's a familiar sensation for many, one that can feel sudden and overwhelming. Instead of getting swept away by these feelings, try to pause for a moment. Notice the physical sensations in your body. Recognize that the tightness in your chest isn't just an uncomfortable feeling. It's your system reacting to something important. The mind often jumps straight to telling stories about the trigger, but can you pause before the narrative takes over? Your awareness of the tightness opens a pathway to understanding what's happening inside you. Finding that moment to pause can be powerful. Rather than letting the tightness lead you down a spiral, take a deep breath. Inhale slowly, allowing your body to expand and fill with air. As you exhale, imagine the tightness loosening just a bit. That simple act can create space. You're not pushing the sensation away. You're allowing it to be there while also giving yourself permission to feel. Let the feelings flow through you. Understand that sensations are transitory. They come and go. When you stop resisting, clarity can start to emerge. The spinning thoughts may quiet down, and you can gain a clearer perspective. It becomes easier to respond rather than react. With practice, this can transform a moment of panic into a moment of choice. As you settle into this practice of pausing, you will likely notice new layers of your experience. The next time your chest tightens, can you remember to breathe through it? As the tightness dissipates, observe the thoughts that come up afterward. Are they familiar stories or new perspectives? This gentle exploration allows you to recognize patterns. You start to see how these triggers connect to deeper feelings, perhaps fear or disappointment. By staying present, you're actively working on not letting triggers control your response. Over time, you'll find that the world around you feels less intense and more manageable. Opening this space each time makes everyday moments easier to navigate. You might discover that each trigger is not just a response, but a doorway to deeper self-understanding. Pause there. Don't follow story or suppress. Our minds are wired to react automatically. When something triggers us, a sudden feeling, a thought, a memory, we often find ourselves swept into a story. It can be a replay of a past mistake, a worry about the future, or a judgment about ourselves or others. This inner narrative starts quietly, then gains speed and volume, pulling us deeper into thought patterns that feel urgent and real. The tricky part is that these stories feel like facts. Our reactions appear necessary, like survival tools, but most of the time, they simply keep us stuck. Imagine feeling a tightness in your chest or a rush of heat when someone says something uncomfortable. Almost instantly, your mind might jump to, "I'm not enough," or "they don't like me." You believe the story because the sensation feels undeniable. But here's the thing. There's a moment, usually very brief, when you catch the shift from just feeling something to following it with a whole mental storyline. That crossing point is your invitation to pause. Recognizing when you slip from simple experience into story-making is a skill. It requires gentle awareness. You don't have to push the story away or argue with it to get free. Instead, noticing that you've started spinning and narrative breaks the spell. The moment you catch yourself is a little crack of space where freedom appears. The ongoing drama doesn't disappear right away, but the grip loosens enough to try another way. This pause becomes a kind of lifeline, a chance to step back before the story digs in deeper. That tightness or contraction, the body's immediate response to thought or feeling, is a key signal. When you notice it rising, the instinct is often to run the story faster or to shove the uncomfortable feeling away. But neither following nor suppressing helps. The trick lies in pausing right at the start of contraction. It's like catching a wave before it breaks, standing still while the current swirls around you. Pause doesn't mean freeze. It means opening a little space around the sensation without pushing it down or jumping into a mental whirlpool. You might simply bring your attention to the chest or stomach where you feel tight. Let that sensation be there, without any word or judgment. Slowing down like this changes the game. Instead of fueling the mind's stories, you create a quiet room inside where stories can lose their power over you. This kind of pause invites a natural unfolding. When you stop pushing away or chasing after thoughts, feelings often shift on their own. The contraction may soften, the breath deepens, and your awareness stretches around the tension instead of shrinking from it. This doesn't erase the trigger or make difficult feelings vanish instantly, but it gives you the ability to stay present with what's happening without getting lost. Try this today. When you notice that inner squeeze or a rising story, pause right there. Breathe into it softly. Notice the urge to explain, fix, or avoid, and gently let that urge rest for a moment. Watch what happens without trying to change it. In that stillness, you'll find more openness than you expected. That moment of pause is the doorway out of automatic reactions and into a quieter, steadier way of being. Relax the contraction, let sensation flow through. Many times, the tightness in your chest is just a sign that your body has contracted inward, trying to protect you from uncomfortable feelings or stress. This tightness often feels like a band around your chest, making it hard to breathe fully or feel relaxed. When you notice this tension, instead of fighting it, gently turn your attention inward. Recognize the tightness without judgment. This simple awareness begins the process of softening the grip of contraction. Imagine the sensation as a wave gently rolling through your chest. Instead of resisting or clenching tighter, invite it to move freely. Think of it as a welcoming gesture. I see you, tension. You don't have to stay. When you breathe in, imagine your breath soothing and expanding that tightness. As you breathe out, picture the contraction dissolving slightly, releasing a fragment of the tension. With each breath, you're gradually encouraging your nervous system to relax, signaling to your body's defenses that it's safe to soften. Practicing this can be simple. Sit comfortably, close your eyes if that feels safe, and bring awareness to your chest. Notice where it feels tight or restricted. Without trying to change anything immediately, just observe how it feels. Breathe in, noticing the sensation. Breathe out, imagine the tightness softening. It's like giving permission for the sensation to exist and flow through rather than holding it stiffly in place. Over time, the more you practice, the more natural it becomes to let sensations move without resistance. Often, we hold on to tension because it feels like it keeps us safe from discomfort. But in truth, holding tightness only prolongs the struggle. Allowing sensations to flow is like opening a window that lets fresh air into a stuffy room. When you gently relax the contraction, you create space inside. This isn't about forcing yourself to feel relaxed, but rather about inviting the experience to pass through without resistance. Each small moment of letting go accumulates, creating a greater sense of ease inside. One practical tip is to set aside a few moments each day to practice relaxing your chest. Find a quiet spot, breathe naturally, and focus on the physical sensations. When you notice tightness, breathe into it and imagine the tension melting like ice or fog. Notice how your body begins to soften as you give it some room to breathe. Remember, sensation is just energy in motion. Letting it move freely allows your nervous system to find its natural rhythm again and helps you feel more connected to your body in each moment. Pay attention to smaller sensations, such as the rise and fall of your chest with each breath. These subtle shifts are gentle reminders that your body is always ready to relax when given the chance. Instead of trying to force relaxation, simply enjoy the process of allowing. Over time, you'll notice that tightness becomes less persistent and more like a passing visitor, rather than a permanent state. The key is to keep returning to awareness and stay patient with each step. Remember, letting sensations flow isn't about fixing or controlling anything. It's about offering gentle acknowledgement and opening space. Each time you do this, you're nurturing a more open, relaxed relationship with your body. This small practice can profoundly change how you experience tension and ease in everyday life. Give yourself permission to just feel and let go. That simple act often leads to a remarkable shift in how the body and mind respond to stress and discomfort. Freedom equals staying open to what arises. Notice the moment when a trigger causes your chest to tighten and your mind to race. This is a common experience that many of us have, although we often get caught up in the whirlwind of thoughts and emotions that follow. When you feel that tightness, pause for a moment. Just breathe. Allow yourself to become aware of what's happening without jumping into the story your mind wants to tell. This awareness is the first step towards freedom. Instead of identifying with the chaos, you become the observer. You are not your thoughts. You are the one who hears them. Once you recognize the tightening in your chest, shift your focus. Practice staying open to whatever arises. Let the sensations flow through you without resistance. It might be uncomfortable at first. That's okay. Embrace it. Feel the tightness, the flutter, or the intensity of your feelings. In doing so, you allow these feelings to pass through. This flow is where true freedom lies. Each time you remain open, you are training your mind to break free from the cycle of reactive thoughts. The more you practice, the easier it becomes to stay present, even in uncomfortable moments. You'll find that openness deflates the weight of those triggers, enabling your true self to emerge. True freedom happens when we allow ourselves to fully experience what arises. Instead of suppressing or pushing away feelings, welcome them. Check in with your body. What do you notice? Is there tightness? Is there a feeling of lightness somewhere? By paying attention to your inner landscape, you foster a sense of acceptance. This acceptance is not about liking what is happening, but rather about allowing it to exist without judgment. When you open up to the experiences, even the painful ones, you make space for healing. Remember, you can always return to your center, to that calm place within you, as you learn to stay open. As a small practical exercise, when tension arises today, take a moment to breathe deeply and imagine each breath gently unraveling that tightness. Each breath can guide you back to openness. Action. Track 3-foot closes. Today, open instead. Sometimes your body and mind shut down without you noticing. This closing happens so often it becomes almost automatic. A tightness in your chest, a stiffness in your shoulders, or a quiet withdrawal inside your mind. It's like a door gently but firmly snapping shut from the inside. This isn't just a thought or feeling. It's a physical pause, a contraction that races through your muscles and breath. That pinch or squeeze in your chest, the sudden rush of tension, your breath catching for a moment. These are all signs your inner energy is closing off. When you catch that moment, notice if you're shrinking back to protect yourself from something uncomfortable or painful. Emotionally, this closing shows up as a quick recoil, maybe irritation, worry, or a low hum of fear. These feelings don't just appear out of nowhere, they come with the tightening. You might feel frozen or stuck, as if the world is pushing against you and you can't move out of the way. Often, this contraction whispers that it's safer to pull in and guard yourself rather than open up. It creates a wall of protection, but that wall can also block fresh energy, lightness, and connection. The more often this happens, the more your usual state shifts into holding and resisting instead of flowing and receiving. It takes kindness and curiosity to catch that closing just as it begins. When you feel the first sign of that tightness, whether it's a squeeze in your chest, a quickening of your breath, or a freeze in your thoughts, pause. Instead of pushing away or distracting yourself, simply watch what's happening without judgment. You don't have to fix or change anything right now. Just notice that your body is trying to shut down or protect itself. This noticing slows the rush of reaction and lets you step back from the habit of closing. Once you're aware, gently invite the tightness to soften. Imagine breathing into the space where it feels stuck. Let your breath travel into that tension, loosening it like water flowing over rough stones. Opening doesn't mean ignoring what's there or pretending you're okay. It means allowing the space for whatever you're feeling to be present without closing off. You might feel the difference as a subtle release, a widening sensation, or a gentle unfolding inside. Staying with the feeling, staying open, lets the energy move rather than get trapped. This simple practice of noticing and opening rewires your response over time. It shows your nervous system that you don't need to pull back to be safe. You can stay with discomfort and still feel grounded. When you choose to open instead of closing, you're inviting new possibilities. What once felt like a threat becomes a guest, and your heart and mind learn to hold space for whatever arises. Next time you sense the close, welcome the chance to open and see what arrives on the other side. Chapter 7. Hidden Wounds That Pull Strings. Old hurts live as thorns, trigger reactions out of proportion. Sometimes, old emotional wounds can act like hidden thorns inside us. They stay tucked away, out of sight for the most part. But when something triggers a similar feeling or situation, those tiny thorns jab unexpectedly. That reaction feels big, bigger than the moment calls for. We get upset, defensive, or blow things out of proportion. It's as if a tiny discomfort unlocks memories of past pain, making us act or feel in ways that don't quite fit the current scene. These reactions aren't random. They are echoes of old hurts that have never fully mended. Imagine that a minor argument at work sparks an intense feeling of betrayal, or a small comment from a friend makes you suddenly feel abandoned. These may seem overblown voice-raising, tears, or withdrawal, yet beneath them, there's often something deeper. It's not just about the present moment. It's about old upset, old rejection, or old shame. These thorns are sensitive spots that still hold pain, hidden, but ready to sting the moment something touches them. When you start to recognize these triggers, you can see how they carry the weight of long-standing wounds, even if you didn't realize it before. Recognizing when you're reacting out of proportion isn't about judging yourself. It's about noticing a pattern. Often, these reactions seem bigger because they're not just about what happened now, but about what was left unresolved from the past. Think of it as a small door behind which an old hurt lingers. When something nudges that door, the hurt pours out. It might show up as anger, tears, or a sudden feeling of fear that feels disproportionate to the current circumstance. The trick is to start seeing these moments as signals, not problems. They're clues pointing back to old wounds that still have energy attached to them. Learning to gently feel and release these hidden pains can gradually quiet those thorns. Instead of reacting instantly or pushing away the feelings, just pause. Notice what's going on inside without judgment. Ask yourself, does this remind me of anything from the past? Sometimes, just naming it helps. Recognize that your emotional reaction is like a signal flare, warning that there's still something unresolved. It's okay to have these feelings. They're part of your human experience and a sign that you're waking up to deeper healing. Releasing these old hurts requires kindness and patience. You don't need to dig up every wound all at once, but tentatively, you can start noticing the places where those hidden thorns prick. This might mean intentionally feeling into the pain behind your reaction, observing how tight or heavy it feels, and allowing it to move without trying to fix or judge it. When you see a reaction as part of a long memory, your capacity to hold it with compassion naturally grows. Over time, the sharpness of those reactions softens. The thorns become less painful because you're no longer defending against them or holding old pain hostage inside. Pay attention to small signs. Maybe your voice rises quickly, or you shut down suddenly. These are moments where a thorn is beginning to poke through. Instead of fighting the feeling or blaming yourself, gently question what's really happening. Try saying, "What am I truly feeling right now?" Often, beneath the anger or hurt, there's loneliness, fear, or shame, all old wounds trying to find your attention. When you recognize these triggers as signals from your past, it's easier to step back and give yourself the space to be with the discomfort. Over time, this practice can loosen the grip of that old pain, and the reactions become less intense and less frequent. Holding space for old hurts isn't about fixing them overnight. It's about noticing where those tiny thorns are still alive and letting their energy move through you instead of resist or suppress. Sometimes, just acknowledging, "Yes, this feels like an old hurt," can loosen its hold. This gentle awareness creates a gap, a space where healing can happen naturally. A practical way to start is to ask yourself, during emotionally charged moments, is this reaction out of proportion? Could there be something from my past? These questions aren't about finding blame, but about opening up to your inner truth. The more you practice this inner holding with kindness, the less power those hidden thorns hold over you. Avoidance keeps them alive, facing dissolves them. Avoidance is a common strategy we use to protect ourselves from pain. When we face something uncomfortable, our instinct often tells us to run away or distract ourselves. This might come in the form of scrolling through social media, binge-watching shows, or picking a fight with a loved one. These distractions temporarily dull our feelings, but they do not heal the underlying wounds. Instead, avoidance keeps those emotional wounds alive. They linger, waiting for the right moment to resurface, often more intense than before. When we avoid our pain, we are essentially feeding it, allowing it to gain more power over us. Feel the raw pain without story, just energy moving. Raw pain is like a storm of energy inside your body. It doesn't come with the words we usually give it. There are no explanations, no reasons, no blame, just pure sensation moving through you. When pain first arrives, it is simply energy shifting, not a story about who's at fault or what caused it. The moment we attach a story, pain becomes heavier, harder to bear. It sticks around, wrapped in layers of judgment, shame, or fear. Imagine for a moment feeling pain as a color or a wave rather than a problem. You might notice tightness in your chest, heat in your throat, or a heaviness in your limbs. These sensations are the pulse of energy itself. They are neither good nor bad, they simply exist. When you treat pain this way, without layering on thoughts, it begins to lose its grip. The energy can flow, shift, and eventually soften. Many of us learned early to fight or hide our pain. We tell ourselves stories to make sense of it or push it away so it disappears. This is natural, But when stories run wild, the original experience becomes lost. The pain feels permanent and overwhelming. By stepping back and seeing pain as moving energy, a visitor instead of a judge, you give yourself the chance to let it pass. This doesn't mean ignoring it. It means noticing it exactly as it is, not twisting it into a narrative that keeps it stuck. Practice invites you into simply being with pain, not fixing or fighting it. When discomfort shows up, take a moment to breathe and tune into the sensations. Locate where the energy lives in your body. Is it a tight knot in your belly? A heavy weight on your chest? Once you find it, try to sense it fully without pushing it away or pulling it in. Allow it to have space to move, even if it feels strange or uncomfortable. Judging pain as bad or too much often makes it shrink or harden. Resistance stiffens the body and traps energy inside. Instead, imagine the pain as a gentle current flowing beneath your skin. You don't have to like it, but you can watch it with curiosity. Send your breath into the area where tension lives. Let your breath be a quiet invitation to soften and soothe. When pain feels contained by softness, its power begins to shift. Breathing into pain is not about taking it away immediately. Sometimes, the energy will rise and pulse stronger before it fades. That's normal. The key is not to close down or tell yourself it shouldn't be there. Instead, be a welcoming place for it, as if you're making room for a guest who's come in unexpectedly. This gentle acceptance breaks chains faster than willpower or distraction ever can. Healing happens in the space you create for energy to flow freely. Questions can help you stay present. Where am I feeling this right now? Can I breathe into this spot? What happens if I just notice it without trying to change it? These simple inquiries shift your mind from a storyteller to an observer. They encourage kindness toward what's happening inside, no matter how raw or messy. You don't have to understand the pain's meaning fully. Feeling it directly without adding stories lets it move through naturally, like a river that finds its way to the sea. Try this now. When you feel discomfort or emotional pain, pause and place your hand gently on where the feeling is strongest. Breathe slowly and deeply. Notice the texture: sharp, dull, buzzing, heavy. Hold space for these sensations with gentle curiosity. This simple act can soften resistance and invite movement. You might be surprised how much relief comes just from offering yourself calm attention. One-time passage cheaper than lifelong management. Many of us carry wounds from hurts we experienced years ago, often tucked away deep inside. These wounds don't just fade with time. They influence how we respond to life every day. When someone criticizes us, we might feel an overwhelming reaction that seems disproportionate. That's often because a small current event is triggering an old, unresolved pain. Recognizing these triggers is a step toward understanding how these hidden wounds shape us. It can be tempting to push these feelings aside or hide from them altogether, but staying unconscious of them keeps those wounds alive. The secret is bringing a gentle awareness to that pain, simply noticing where it shows up in your body or mind. When you pay attention, you start to see that these reactions are not just random. They are stories your past has left behind. Seeing this isn't about blaming yourself, but about understanding that some knee-jerk reactions are rooted in old, unhealed wounds. Once awareness takes hold, you begin to see how they influence your actions, your relationships, your decisions, often without you even noticing. This process isn't about digging up every hurt from the past. Instead, it's about noticing the moments these old wounds show up and accepting that they're there. This gentle acknowledgement creates space, allowing those wounds to lose some of their power over you. Think of it like shining a light into a dark room. The shadows don't disappear instantly, but they become less frightening when seen clearly. Recognition breaks the pattern of automatic reactions, giving you a choice in how you respond. Trying to manage old wounds for years often feels like carrying a heavy backpack full of rocks. You learn to live with the discomfort, adding more layers of coping mechanisms, sometimes blaming others, sometimes avoiding certain situations, or repeatedly trying to suppress the pain. But these efforts seldom resolve the core issue. They just keep the wound alive, and the pain continues to leak into your daily life, often slipping out in ways you don't notice until it's too late. Just one moment of truly facing and releasing the pain can cut through this lifelong burden. Imagine standing in front of a stored-up hurt and offering it gentle acknowledgement, feeling it fully without judgment. This doesn't mean dwelling on the pain for hours. It's about being present with what arises, allowing the energy to move freely. When that energy is released, the old wound loses its grip. The healing effect can be surprisingly quick, especially when you approach it with kindness and no expectations. Think of it like a knot in a piece of string. Tugging at it repeatedly will only tighten the knot, making it harder to untie. But when you gently loosen it, easing your way in, the knot can come undone easily. Releasing emotional pain works the same way. That one clear, mindful moment of release can free you from years of subconscious suffering. It's not about erasing the past, but about clearing the emotional residue so the present can emerge more alive and free. In practice, it's often more effective to face this pain directly than to try managing it through avoidance or endless emotional work. When you take that one step to calmly acknowledge and let go, you've made a much more economical choice. It's like fixing a leak at its source rather than continuously maddeningly patching up the water damage. This approach saves energy and emotional wear and tear. It promotes genuine healing instead of temporary suppression. The next time you notice a familiar emotional reaction, pause and ask, "What am I really feeling? Can I allow this feeling to pass through without trying to fix or judge it?" That's where real change begins. Action: name your top 3 thorns. Old wounds can act like thorns, hurting us when we least expect it. These hidden pains affect how we respond to everyday situations. A small comment might trigger intense feelings, and we react as if the hurt is fresh. It's essential to recognize how these old wounds weave into our daily lives, often without us even noticing. They shape our thoughts, responses, and the way we connect with others. Learning to identify these painful spots helps us understand our reactions and ultimately leads us to healing. Start naming your top 3 thorns. Think about the situations or memories that evoke strong emotions. These might be moments of shame, rejection, or loss that still sting when recalled. What brings you discomfort, anger, or sadness? Maybe it's a criticism from a boss that still echoes in your mind. Perhaps it's a relationship that ended abruptly, leaving you feeling unworthy. By pinpointing these thorns, you can begin to unpack the emotions tied to them and understand their hold on you. They don't have to define your present. After identifying your top 3 thorns, take a moment each day to sit in quiet reflection. Let yourself feel whatever comes up without judgment. Acknowledge the pain, and then gently ask yourself what you need to heal. This simple practice of recognition can open doors to understanding and releasing these thorns. Remember, healing is a journey, not a race. Be kind to yourself as you navigate it. Chapter 8: The Art of Releasing Now. Clinging to comfort creates suffering. Open hands instead. When we hold tightly to comfort, we think we are protecting ourselves from pain and uncertainty. We grasp onto familiar patterns, routines, and feelings because they feel safe. Yet, this very clinging turns into a trap. The mind resists change, avoiding discomfort, but this resistance actually breeds more suffering. Imagine holding a heavy stone in your hand. The tighter you grip, the more your hand aches. Letting go isn't about losing something valuable. It's about freeing yourself from tension and pain. This need to cling often arises from fear. Fear of the unknown, fear of pain, or fear of change. We create mental walls around what feels good or safe, but life is always moving. Comfort, by definition, is temporary. When we refuse to release what we're attached to, we end up resisting the natural flow of experience. The deeper consequence is that we miss the richness of what unfolds between comfort and discomfort. Instead, we replay old habits, hoping for relief, and end up stuck in a cycle of frustration. Opening your hands, in this sense, means practicing a kind of inner surrender. It means noticing when you're holding on too tightly and choosing to relax. This doesn't mean giving up or becoming passive. It means stepping out of battle with life's moments. When your hands are open, you can receive more fully, the whole of experience, not just the harmless parts. This openness invites curiosity, softness, and balance. It creates space for healing and growth that clinging blocks. One of the simplest ways to start opening your hands is through your breath. Breath is always present, gentle, and accessible. When you notice tension or tightness inside, pause and take a few slow, conscious breaths. Feel the air moving in and out like a wave washing over a rocky shore. Each exhale can help soften your grip, easing the pressure in your chest, your shoulders, your mind. This isn't about forcing the discomfort away. It's about allowing it to be felt without pushing or clutching. Surrender doesn't mean you have to become passive or accept everything uncritically. It means creating a quiet space inside where resistance doesn't take over. When unpleasant feelings or thoughts arise, instead of rejecting or judging them, invite a kind awareness toward them. Ask yourself gently, what is happening right now? Notice where in your body you feel tension. Breathe there and imagine your breath as a gentle hand opening the fist that was closed so tightly. This practice of letting go is subtle but powerful. It invites the nervous system to calm down and shifts your relationship with discomfort. Instead of fighting what comes up, you learn to acknowledge it without adding more struggle. Over time, you may notice that what once felt unbearable becomes simply part of the flow of life. Patience and kindness toward yourself fuel this process. You don't have to hurry or achieve anything. Just opening your hands a little more often, with awareness and breath, starts to release the grip that fuels suffering. When resistance arises, breathe, feel, let pass. Resistance is a natural part of any process of change or growth. When we decide to let go of old patterns or step into new ways of being, discomfort often shows up. It may come as tension in the body, a pounding in the chest, or a sudden urge to retreat. Rather than fighting it or pushing through as if it's something to overpower, the first step is to notice it with gentle awareness. Take a moment to pause. Breathe slowly and deeply. Allow yourself to feel whatever sensation is present, whether it's heat, tightness, numbness, or fluttering. Just notice without judgment. Think of resistance as a wave that will pass if you don't try to suppress or cling to it. The more you give it your attention without resistance, the more it begins to soften and dissipate naturally. Practicing letting resistance pass doesn't mean denying how you feel. Instead, it involves a deliberate choice to stay present with what's happening inside. Focus on your breath. Breathe in slowly, feeling the chest and belly expand. As you breathe out, soften into the sensation. Feel the internal shifts, maybe a muscle tightening or a feeling of tightening in your mind. Recognize that these sensations are temporary. You are the one witnessing them, not the sensations themselves. Gently remind yourself that resistance is nothing more than an energy passing through your system, like clouds drifting across the sky. When you notice your mind trying to catch hold of the resistance or get stuck in it, simply guide your awareness back to your breath and the physical sensations. This act of return is a form of kindness to yourself and a way to develop resilience against inner turbulence. When resistance shows up, whether it's fear of change, discomfort of the unknown, or doubts about your progress, practice feeling it fully. Don't try to fix or solve it right away. Instead, observe it as if you're a curious friend. Notice how it feels in your body, what thoughts it stirs, and how it influences your mood. Then, breathe into the sensation. Feel the contact points where it touches your body and let your awareness flow there. Sometimes, simply naming what you're experiencing helps. This is resistance, or this is tension. Nothing more. The goal isn't to eliminate the resistance, but to allow it to move through you without adding extra struggles. Often, resistance weakens when released from your grip and just given space to pass. It's like holding onto a leaf floating down a stream. If you loosen your grip, it naturally drifts away with the current. Remember, it's okay to find resistance uncomfortable or even overwhelming at times. That's part of being human. When it arises, ask yourself gentle questions. What am I feeling right now? Can I just notice this without needing it to be different? What happens if I breathe into it, instead of pushing against it? These questions help you stay connected with the present moment. Over time, you'll begin to recognize that resistance is often a sign you're nearing a breakthrough or a shift. Instead of resisting the resistance, breathe with it. Feel it fully for a few moments, then consciously let it pass. Every time you do this, you strengthen your capacity to remain centered amidst inner turbulence, keeping your awareness soft and open, even when things don't go as planned. No forcing, just stop blocking the flow. Resistance creates tension. When we hold tight to our thoughts, emotions, or circumstances, we block the natural flow of life. Imagine trying to swim upstream. The struggle is exhausting, and you often feel stuck. When you let go of resistance, something beautiful happens. You begin to move with the current instead of against it. Allow yourself to feel this shift. Notice how tension slowly begins to melt away when you stop battling against what is. This doesn't mean you'll live without discomfort. Instead, it's about recognizing discomfort without letting it control you. Gentle awareness means paying attention to what crops up within you without judgment or force. It invites you to notice thoughts as they come and go. You may feel a tightness in your chest or a knot in your stomach when you resist feelings. Instead of pushing those feelings away or forcing them down, take a moment. Breathe deeply. Allow that sensation to exist without needing to change it. This can be challenging, but is incredibly freeing. You may ask yourself, what happens if I just let this feeling be? In that space of non-resistance, you might find clarity. Your experiences and energy can flow freely once you create that small opening of acceptance. Life is full of experiences. Some are joyful, while others feel uncomfortable or painful. When you stop blocking the flow, you allow each experience to pass through you. Think of emotions like waves in the ocean. They rise and fall, but they do not stay forever. Open your hands, metaphorically and literally. When you clench your fists, you block energy. When you release and open up, you let experiences shape you the way they need to. Pay attention to the moments when you feel resistance. Ask yourself, what am I holding on to? And notice what happens when you begin to let that hold loosen. It starts as a crack, but that crack can become a vast space for possibility. The aim is to be present with what is. Whenever you feel resistance, instead of forcing a change, invite ease. This shift in perspective is where genuine flow begins. Space opens as holding falls away. When we hold on to tension inside, it's often because we are trying to protect ourselves. This holding takes many shapes: tight shoulders, clenched jaws, a racing mind refusing to rest. These defenses feel necessary because, in moments of discomfort or fear, they create a sense of control. Yet, ironically, this control tightens the grip on our experience and narrows what we can feel. The more we hold on to these inner blocks, the less room there is for peace and ease. Imagine a crowded room where every chair is taken. There's no space to move or breathe freely. Our inner defenses fill up that room. They make it hard to notice that there is, beneath the surface, an open, soft place waiting to be uncovered. The tension acts like walls built around us, and those walls keep the spaciousness out. The push to protect ourselves often happens without awareness. We get caught in the habit of tensing up at the first sign of discomfort or anxiety. Maybe it's a tightness in the chest before a difficult conversation or a quick mental pull away from an unpleasant feeling. This tightening traps energy and narrows our attention. Instead of feeling the fullness of the moment, we get stuck in a small, contracted bubble of experience. When we continue to resist or guard ourselves, the space inside becomes more cramped and difficult to access. Feelings that want to move through get stuck, and our natural state, calm, open, and alert, gets buried beneath layers of holding. Yet, the key to more space lies not in fighting this tension, but in starting to soften it. Letting go doesn't have to mean giving up or losing strength. In fact, true strength grows when we allow tension to unfold on its own. One of the simplest ways to begin this is through breathing and gentle awareness. When you notice the body tightening, a clench in the stomach, a hardening in the chest, try to pause and take a slow, full breath. Imagine the breath as an invitation to the muscles to relax, rather than another command to fix or force something. This soft invitation lets the body know that it is safe to ease. Breathing this way often reveals how much resistance was unconscious. A gentle breath can wash over that holding, giving space for it to dissolve. Awareness adds another layer. Instead of pushing away discomfort, try turning toward it with curiosity. Where exactly do you feel holding in your body? How does that sensation change when you breathe into it? What story does your mind tell about needing to hold tight? Without trying to change anything, just notice these experiences with kindness. This small pause between tension and reaction is where space begins to open. When you practice this often, you start building a new relationship with discomfort, not one of battle or escape, but of gentle presence. The harder you try to control what's inside, the tighter the grip becomes. But when you allow the sensation to exist, walls gradually fall away, and room for fresh awareness naturally grows. Sometimes the paradox feels puzzling. Releasing control gives back control. Holding makes us smaller. Letting go expands the inner world. If you find yourself stuck, gently ask, what happens if I don't tighten here? Or can I let this feeling be as it is, without pushing it away? These questions don't require answers right away. Their purpose is simply to open a crack in the habit of resistance. A crack is all it takes. Through repeated practice, those cracks widen, and spaciousness becomes the natural ground beneath restless thoughts and tight muscles. We often think space is something we must seek outside, but it starts by allowing what is inside to move freely, unblocked by holding. This unfolding happens little by little, breath by breath. Try this now. Take a moment to scan your body for any tightness or resistance. Wherever you find it, pause and breathe gently into that area. Imagine your breath making room inside, like the tide slowly pulling away from the shore. Notice if the sensation shifts or softens. If the mind offers a story or judgment, just label it thinking and return to the breath invitation. This simple act can begin to loosen the grip, creating space where tension once ruled. Action: let go mantra during tension. When tension rises inside, it often feels like an internal tug of war. Our minds cling to discomfort, trying to fix it or push it away. Yet, there is a simple phrase that can help soften that grip: let go. Saying these words quietly to yourself is like offering your nervous system a gentle invitation to relax, to surrender control, and to allow what is present. Instead of fighting against tension, you acknowledge it with kindness. This little mantra is not about forcing yourself to feel better. It's about creating space for ease to show up naturally. It's a reminder that tension is temporary and that acceptance can ease the tightness in your body and mind. Using the let go mantra is straightforward. When you notice stress building, a clenched jaw, tight shoulders, racing thoughts, softly repeat let go inside your mind. It's like a gentle nudge from a caring friend, reminding you to stop holding so tightly. You don't need to believe in it or force it. Just the act of repeating can start to loosen the grip. It's about shifting your attitude from resistance to acceptance, from control to surrender. This simple phrase opens the door to calm, even amid chaos. Over time, it can become a natural response to tension, a breath of fresh air inside when things feel overwhelming. Imagine a moment when you feel your chest tighten or your stomach churns. Instead of adding mental pressure, trying to push away the feeling or analyze it, pause. Quietly say inside, let go. Notice what happens. Sometimes the tension softens a bit. Sometimes it persists. Either way, the act of releasing that internal grip is what matters. It's like loosening a knot. You don't need to unravel it fully. Just easing the tension can make a big difference. The mantra becomes a gentle anchor, reminding your body and mind that it's okay to release. It's not about fixing or solving, but simply allowing what is to be there without additional struggle. Think of tension as a wave. Sometimes it crashes hard, sometimes it just ripples. The let go mantra is like a small boat riding on the surface, not fighting the wave, but going along with it. As you practice during small moments of tension, you build a new habit. When the big waves come, you're more likely to remember that you can let go. Over time, this helps create a sense of spaciousness inside. You begin to see that tension is often fueled by resisting what's happening. By softly repeating "let go," you remind yourself that you don't have to hold on so tightly. Sometimes, releasing is the bravest thing you can do. A practical tip is to pair the mantra with a gentle breath. As you breathe in, quietly say "let," and as you breathe out, say "go." This creates a natural rhythm that encourages relaxation. You can do this sitting, standing, or even lying down. It's a simple, portable tool, something you can turn to anytime tension starts to build. The key is consistency. The more often you practice, the more instinctive this becomes. Soon, "let go" may become your go-to phrase for easing tightness, helping you stay connected to a sense of openness even in difficult moments. Remember, it's perfectly normal for tension to show up. It's part of being human. Instead of fighting it, treat it like a guest. Acknowledge it, then gently invite it to leave. Your mind and body respond best when approached with kindness and patience, not judgment or force. The "let go" mantra is a tender, simple step toward that gentle way of being. It's a way to remind yourself that every moment has an ebb and flow, and you can choose to move with it, not against it. Over time, this small phrase can become a trusted friend, guiding you back to calm amid the chaos. Chapter 9. Pain's Doorway to Freedom. Discomfort signals growth. Edge. Walk through. Recognizing discomfort as a signal for growth opens doors to new possibilities. Discomfort isn't just an annoyance, it acts as a guide. Each time you feel uneasy, it invites you to reflect. What is it trying to teach you? Think of these moments not as barriers, but as gateways. When you lean into discomfort, you give yourself the chance to grow in unexpected ways. You might notice patterns in your life where discomfort arises, perhaps in relationships or work settings. Each situation reveals an area where you can stretch and expand. It's like standing at the edge of a cliff, peering into the vastness of what lies ahead. The unknown can be frightening, but within it lies potential for true freedom. Walking through discomfort takes practice. Start by observing your body and feelings when something challenges you. Is there a tightness in your chest? Do your thoughts race? Acknowledge these sensations without judgment. You may feel a familiar urge to turn away and seek comfort instead. Invite yourself to stay with the feeling just a bit longer. Notice the stories that arise around this discomfort. Practicing awareness during these times shows you that discomfort will pass if you allow it to. Each time you face discomfort, you strengthen your resilience. This is how you teach yourself that challenges can lead to greater clarity and openness. Developing compassion for yourself during these moments is key. It's okay to feel uneasy or anxious. These emotions are part of being human. Take a breath and remind yourself that you're navigating uncharted territory. With each step taken through discomfort, you cultivate a deeper trust in your ability to handle what comes your way. You emerge with lessons learned and a sense of lightness. Reflect on a recent moment of discomfort. How did it feel? What did it guide you toward? Remember, every challenge leads to growth, and each time you embrace discomfort, you get a little closer to the freedom you seek. Resistance amplifies, non-resistance frees. When pain or discomfort shows up, the natural impulse is often to push against it. That push feels like resisting something unpleasant, whether it's a physical ache, an emotional sting, or an uncomfortable thought. But what happens when we fight these feelings? Instead of shrinking, they tend to grow larger in our awareness. Resistance fuels tension and tightens the grip of the very experience we want to avoid. Imagine holding a beach ball underwater. Your effort to keep it down only makes it push back harder. The more we struggle internally, the more energy the resistance consumes, and the louder our inner turmoil becomes. This cycle traps us in a loop where discomfort seems unbearable and endless. One reason resistance amplifies discomfort is that it asks us to deny or reject what is happening inside. That denial builds layers of tension, both in the body and mind. thoughts multiply with fear, worry, or frustration about the pain. Emotions swell with anger or sadness, not because of the pain itself, but because we refuse to let it be as it is. This inner conflict creates a sense of being stuck, like trying to swim against a strong current. The harder we push, the more exhausted we become, while the discomfort feels unstoppable. Resistance becomes not just a reaction, but a force of suffering all on its own. This is why the question, "Can I stop fighting what's here?" becomes crucial. When we try to control or escape difficult feelings, our energy gets caught up in that very effort. The moment we allow ourselves to cease the battle, even just enough to breathe into the experience, a subtle shift occurs. Peace arises in the space where resistance once held tight. Recognizing this opens a door away from struggle and toward relief. Non-resistance doesn't mean giving up or pretending pain isn't real. It means inviting openness toward what is present without adding extra force. Rather than tightening around discomfort, we soften into it. This softening is like removing a hand that clenched too tightly, allowing tension to loosen naturally. When we stop feeding the fight, the discomfort no longer commands our energy and attention so fully. It still exists, but its weight becomes lighter and easier to carry. Freedom begins when we stop using our strength against the experience and instead meet it with a quiet, steady presence. This gentle acceptance creates space for growth because it allows the body and mind to move through what's stuck. When you stop gripping pain, it can flow, change, or simply be, rather than block everything else inside you. This acceptance also invites curiosity. What happens if I don't resist? How does it feel to simply hold this moment? Questions like these quietly awaken awareness. They open a path to being with discomfort in a way that softens old tensions and opens new possibilities. Practicing this is not about rushing past pain or forcing yourself to just accept before you're ready. It's about noticing how resistance appears, where you hold tight, where you brace, and then gently inviting those parts to relax. You might start by simply observing the body's tension or letting the breath soften the chest. When feelings come up, rather than pushing them away or trying to fix them, try yourself offering a gentle welcome. This often feels strange at first. The impulse to resist is strong, but with practice, a new habit emerges, meeting discomfort with kindness instead of struggle. On the other side of this openness, freedom waits, not as a distant promise, but something you can touch now. Pain becomes less of an enemy and more like a visitor passing through. Growth moves forward because energy no longer gets trapped by walls of resistance. Instead, there's room to breathe, to feel, and to become more whole through the very experience that once seemed unbearable. Next time you notice tension or pain, pause for a moment and ask yourself, what if I didn't fight this? Let your body answer. See if you can invite the feeling in, just as it is. That simple step can open the door to a surprising kind of freedom. What scares you most? That's the gate. Fear often whispers doubts and worries, but strangely enough, it also points right to the place where real growth waits. When you face what makes you uneasy, you aren't just confronting a moment of discomfort. You're approaching a doorway that can lead to a deeper understanding of yourself. Sometimes, what you're most afraid of is simply the edge of your comfort zone dressed up as something dangerous. Recognizing that fear as a signal rather than an enemy can shift how you see it. It's like a gentle nudge from within, inviting you to see what lies beyond the limit you've set. We tend to avoid the things that scare us most because it feels safer to stay in familiar territory. But avoiding those edges only keeps us small and stuck. Fear doesn't mean you should turn away. Instead, it's an invitation to step closer with curiosity and kindness. When you meet your fears with a gentle inquiry instead of resistance, you start to realize that what you fear most often has a lot less power over you than you assumed. It's not the big, terrifying monster you imagined. It's usually just a small, trembling posture hiding behind the stories you tell yourself. Walking through the gate of fear isn't about trying to eliminate it or push it away. It's about noticing where it lives in your body, what thoughts spin around it, and how your mind reacts. If you pause and ask, what am I really afraid of here? You might discover that your fear isn't about the external event, but about the vulnerability that opening to it brings. For many, that vulnerability feels like a threat, but really, it's a chance to grow more real and more alive. The gate isn't something to hide from. It's a threshold that, when crossed, reveals a stronger, freer version of yourself. Think about a time when you felt scared of doing something new or uncomfortable. Maybe it was speaking in front of others, making a bold decision, or stepping into an unknown situation. That fear was probably trying to tell you that something important was happening. You were stretching beyond what's familiar. If you had taken a moment to notice what showed up inside as fear or hesitation, you might have seen that underneath it all was a small voice of doubt or a habit of safety-seeking. That's the voice that guards the gate, whispering that it's safer to stay back. But here's the truth. The safest place is often right at the edge of your fear, where real courage lives. Instead of seeing fear as the end or something to escape from, see it as the start of your journey. Every time you notice what scares you most, you're standing right at the gate. And this is where transformation happens. The moment you choose to quietly observe instead of push away, a different choice opens up, a soft, curious exploration. You can ask yourself, what really happens if I lean in a little more? Often, you'll see that your fear is just a trick of the mind, a story playing out that you don't have to believe. When you approach with kindness and patience, the gate begins to loosen, revealing a wider, more spacious place inside where freedom begins to take root. Practical tip. Next time a wave of fear or discomfort rises, try this. Instead of jumping away or tightening up, pause and breathe. Notice where you feel it in your body. Label it gently as fear, nervousness, or tension. Give yourself a moment to witness it without judgment. Often, just this simple act of noticing diminishes the power it holds. Then ask yourself, what am I afraid of really? Sometimes, the answer is just a story, a belief, or a habit. Seeing that frees you a little more, and each small step forward makes the next one easier. Fear is never the enemy. It's just the gate you've yet to walk through. Emerge lighter, more open on the other side. Pain and discomfort can be daunting. We often shy away from experiences that challenge us. Yet, these uncomfortable feelings serve a purpose. They are not obstacles, but invitations to dive deeper into our own growth. When we resist pain, we remain stuck. Imagine discomfort as a gentle nudge, encouraging you to explore parts of yourself that you may have neglected. It whispers that there is more to discover beyond the immediate hardship. Think about moments in your life when you face tough challenges. Those moments, often filled with fear or sadness, led you to learning and resilience that you didn't know you had within you. Each uncomfortable experience can be a stepping stone if you allow yourself to feel and reflect. Embracing pain opens a doorway to self-discovery. Every moment of discomfort, every pang of anxiety, is there to guide you toward deeper awareness and growth. This practice of openness allows you to see the patterns within yourself. You may uncover fears or beliefs that have shaped your responses for years. Each layer you peel back reveals more of your authentic self. As you grow more comfortable navigating these feelings, you find the courage to step outside your familiar confines. Eventually, the weight of old fears lessens, leaving you feeling lighter. You become more connected to your essence, the being that exists beyond the noise of thoughts and self-doubt. In this journey, remember that every step counts, no matter how small. Take a moment each day to check in with yourself. Notice what feels heavy and what feels light. Acknowledge the tough moments without judgment. Perhaps even create a phrase that reminds you of your strength, like "this too shall pass." Embrace this path of feeling and healing as one that leads you home to your true self. Action: small daily edge walk. Pain, whether physical or emotional, often shows up as something to ignore or push away. Our instinct is to avoid discomfort and stay in safe, familiar places. Yet, pain isn't just a nuisance or a threat. It's a message from inside ourselves. It asks us to pay attention. It points to edges where growth can happen, even if that feels scary. When you recognize pain as a natural signal instead of the enemy, it shifts your whole approach. You stop fighting the feeling and start listening to what it might reveal. This doesn't mean pain disappears instantly or becomes easy to handle. It simply invites you to change your relationship with it. Instead of blocking pain or trying to numb it, imagine it as a guide showing you where your awareness is limited or where old patterns still have a hold. The discomfort is not a wall but a door, subtle and small, that opens into new space inside yourself. That space lets you breathe more freely and feel more alive. Thinking of pain as an invitation offers a change in perspective that opens up possibilities. When the mind labels pain as bad or dangerous, it tightens and contracts. Opening to the feeling without judgment softens the experience. It becomes less about fear and more about curiosity. You can ask yourself, what is this pain trying to teach me right now? Or what part of me is ready to be seen through this feeling? These questions don't have quick answers. They work as gentle nudges that encourage you to stay present with your inner experience. Walking right up to the edges of discomfort doesn't mean rushing in or forcing change. It's about taking tiny, steady steps that respect where you are emotionally and physically. Every day offers chances to touch those edges without getting overwhelmed. It could be as simple as noticing a tense chest, pausing to breathe, or sitting quietly with a thought that's been uncomfortable to face. These moments might feel small, but they build trust inside yourself over time. There's a delicate balance to keep. If you push too hard, pain becomes a wall again, triggering resistance or shut down. If you ignore it completely, the edges don't move and stuck patterns stay stuck. The gentle edge walk is about curiosity and kindness, leaning in just enough to feel the discomfort, but not so much that it takes over. This approach changes how you respond to pain. Instead of reacting with fear or avoidance, you learn to stay open and present, letting the feeling flow through you like a wave rather than a crisis. Each small step taken toward discomfort is also a step away from old habits of running or suppressing feelings. You might notice your breath loosening, your body softening, or your mind quieting, even if only for moments. These glimpses show that freedom is possible. Pain stops being a trap and becomes a doorway. As you practice regularly, this door gets easier to walk through. The edges that once felt sharp and frightening start losing their power, while your courage and openness grow quietly but surely. Try setting aside a few minutes each day to gently approach something uncomfortable. It could be a thought, a feeling, or a physical sensation. Sit with it, name it if you want, and breathe into the space around it. Notice what changes when you don't push away. This small daily habit is the edge walk, a practice of meeting your limits and stretching them just a little. Over time, these small walks transform how you live with pain, turning it into a natural part of your journey rather than an obstacle to escape. Chapter 10. Walls You Built Yourself. Fear created boundaries. Test them gently. Fear is a powerful emotion. It acts like an unseen force that puts a kind of glass wall between us and the world around us. We might not see it, but it shapes how we act, think, and feel. When we sense danger or discomfort, even if it's just in our minds, fear warns us to stay safe. But sometimes, this warning turns into a barrier that keeps us from truly living or exploring new parts of ourselves. These walls aren't physical. They're made of thoughts, beliefs, and habits that keep us stuck inside familiar patterns. They convince us that certain experiences are safe, while others are dangerous. So, we stay in our comfort zone, avoiding anything that feels uncomfortable or unfamiliar. Over time, these invisible boundaries become so woven into our daily life that we forget they're even there. All the while, we miss out on opportunities to grow or see things from a new perspective. Recognizing how fear creates these walls is the first step to dissolving them. Once aware, we can start to notice when fear shows up and reminds us there's something just beyond the edge of our comfort, something waiting to be discovered. Fear creates boundaries in subtle ways. It convinces us that some emotions, ideas, or risks are too much to handle. For example, We may avoid speaking up in a meeting because of the fear of judgment, or we might hold back from trying something new because of the fear of failure. Sometimes, the fear comes dressed as doubt or hesitation, like a voice whispering that we're not good enough or that we might get hurt. These thoughts seem small, but they act like fences that stop us from moving forward. We tell ourselves that certain feelings are too painful or that certain boundaries are just who we are. But really, those boundaries are created by fear, not by our true nature. They're like walls we've built brick by brick, with each fearful thought adding to the structure. When we see clearly that fear is shaping these limits, it becomes easier to question whether they're real or just stories we've told ourselves. Sometimes, just a tiny glimpse into the truth, that these walls are made of fear, can shake loose a part of them and slowly start to break them down. Once you begin to notice these invisible walls, the next step is to test them gently. This doesn't mean rushing into risky situations or forcing yourself out of comfort in a harsh way. Instead, it's about showing curiosity and kindness to yourself as you explore what's beyond the boundary. Imagine standing at the edge of a fence, feeling the fear or resistance, and then asking, what happens if I step just a little closer? Notice the feelings that arise. Do your muscles tense? Does your mind spin with doubts? That's okay. Stay present and breathe into it. Each small step forward slowly weakens the wall in your mind. Sometimes, just turning your head or taking a slow breath into a new situation is enough. Over time, you might find that what once felt frightening becomes familiar, then safe, then ordinary. With each gentle test, you build trust in yourself and the process of expanding your inner boundaries. This isn't about conquering fear, but about feeling it and choosing to move through it kindly. Eventually, these walls become more like thin curtains, something you can walk past, lean into, or open wide when you decide. The key is to move at your own pace, always listening to what feels right, because true freedom comes from tiny, consistent acts of curiosity and self-compassion. For example, if a fear of rejection keeps you from sharing your voice, try speaking up in a small, safe way. Maybe just express your opinion to a friend or write down your thoughts rather than saying them out loud immediately. Notice how your body reacts: tightness, breath quickening, a flicker of doubt. Then, intentionally soften into it with a few breaths or a gentle reminder that discomfort is natural and temporary. Each time you do this, the boundary softens a little more. The walls aren't meant to vanish overnight. They're shaped over a lifetime, brick by brick. But with patience and gentle curiosity, each small test weakens those fears' hold. Remember, boundaries are not fixed realities, but habits of mind. Testing them kindly allows us to see that they're flexible, even illusions. As you keep practicing this gentle stretching, you'll find parts of yourself expanding into what once seemed impossible or unsafe. It's not about eliminating fear, but walking alongside it, discovering new space and freedom along the way. Stay aware while stretching past safe. Fear can build invisible walls around us, keeping us nestled in what feels comfortable and predictable. These walls often go unnoticed, maintained by habits and thoughts that run silently in the background. They can manifest as a reluctance to take new opportunities or as an inner dialogue that insists we stay safe. Notice how you might tell yourself, I can't do that, or it's better this way. These thoughts, while seemingly protective, limit our potential. Recognizing these boundaries can begin with a simple awareness exercise. Pause and reflect on instances where you felt hesitant or anxious. When did you hold back from pursuing something because it felt too risky? This honest look at yourself can reveal the subtle ways fear influences decisions. It's like carrying an inner weight that we often overlook until we decide to pause and listen. What boundaries have you built that feel familiar yet stifle your growth? Stepping into the unknown takes courage. This journey starts with gentle awareness of our fears. Instead of fighting these feelings, we can approach them with curiosity. When fear arises, ask simple questions like, what am I truly afraid of? Or what happens if I take this small step? These questions can illuminate unexpected truths, often revealing that the fear is more about the idea of failure than the action itself. Allow yourself to feel the discomfort without rushing to resolve it. The act of stretching beyond what feels safe doesn't require grand gestures. It can start with micro-expansions, small steps that barely nudge your comfort zone. Maybe it's striking up a conversation with someone new or expressing an opinion you've kept to yourself. Notice how your inner fears react. Often, as we take these gentle steps, fears gradually lose power. Instead of paralyzing us, they may become softer, mere whispers rather than shouts. Remind yourself that growth often requires stepping into discomfort, and each small step can lead to greater freedom. Embrace the courage to notice what comes up in these moments of stretching. Each time you face something that feels a little unsafe, recognize it as an opportunity to expand. This practice can lead to a richer, more fulfilling life. Consider setting an intention to encounter one little stretch today. Fear quiets when you don't obey it. Fear has a way of shaping the walls we build inside ourselves. It shows up as that urgent voice warning us not to step forward or try something new. Often, this voice sounds so convincing that it feels like an absolute truth rather than just a habit of the mind. We hear it as a command. Don't do this, or you'll fail if you try. But beneath these warnings, fear is simply a habit running automatically, like a loop tape that plays when we feel uncertain or vulnerable. When you listen closely, you'll realize fear doesn't offer facts about danger as much as it offers stories spun from past experiences or imagined futures. It's the mind's way of trying to keep you safe based on what it has learned before. However, those stories aren't truths carved in stone. They are patterns formed over time, habits of reacting rather than responses grounded in the present moment. Recognizing this distinction allows the voice of fear to lose its grip and lets you see it for what it really is: conditioned habit, not an absolute rule about what you can or cannot do. These inner boundaries that fear creates often feel like safe lines not to cross. They might look like, "I can't speak in public," or "I must avoid that person," or "I'm not able to start that project." Yet these boundaries are more like fences drawn by fear's voice, meant to hold you back rather than protect you. Once you begin to notice fear's voice without immediately acting on its commands, a space opens between you and those boundaries. That space lets you question if the limits set by fear are really where your true capacity ends, or if they're merely the edges fear has made you see. Choosing not to obey fear doesn't require bravado or willpower. It's not about pushing hard against fear or trying to silence it forcefully. Instead, it's a soft refusal to comply, a gentle "not now," or "I see you, but I'm not going to follow this feeling this time." When you practice this kind of non-obedience, fear begins to lose its urgency and settles down. It's like a small child who cries for attention until you calmly stop reacting, eventually growing quiet and calm. As fear quiets, you might notice an unexpected openness inside. The walls that once looked tall and unbreakable seem less dense. There is room, space you hadn't seen before. This spaciousness feels like a quiet pause between your thoughts and sensations. Fear often fills the available inner space with noise. When you don't obey its demands, the noise fades, revealing stillness and calm. That calm is not empty or dull. It is alive, a place where you can simply be without pressure to act from fear's stories. This space beyond fear's walls invites curiosity rather than judgment. What is it like not to rush away from discomfort or uncertainty? Can you rest with the feeling of fear without turning it into a command? Such questions open doors to self-awareness. With a little practice, you'll find that the voice of fear no longer controls your movements. Instead, you gain freedom to move gently toward what scares you, one small step at a time. Each step taken without obeying fear weakens its grip and expands what feels possible in your life. Try this now. When fear shows up next, pause and notice its voice as if it's someone else speaking, a distant habit rather than your true self. Offer it a quiet, kind refusal. Watch how the intensity softens, and pay attention to what's left behind. That leftover space holds your freedom. World expands as inner limits fall. Inside each of us, there are quiet fears that act like unseen barriers, stopping us from feeling truly free. These fears often aren't loud or obvious. Instead, they hide behind thoughts and emotions we don't even notice. For example, fear of losing control might make us stick to what's familiar, even if it feels limiting. Or fear of failure might keep us from trying something new, keeping us small without realizing it. These fears build walls around our inner space, telling us we should stay safe, stay quiet, stay in our comfort zones. Over time, these invisible walls make our world feel smaller. We tell ourselves there's only so much we can do or feel. We get used to the limits, building habits that keep us from seeing what's beyond them. It's easy to believe these fears are part of us, something we can't change. But in truth, they're just patterns of thought and feeling. They're like shadows cast by our beliefs and past experiences. When we notice our fears, we start to see that these walls are not fixed. They're made of our habits of thinking and reacting. As we begin to recognize these fears, we realize they aren't real obstacles. They only hold power if we accept them as true. Once we see them clearly, we can start noticing how they shape what feels possible and what stays hidden. The first step is simply to become aware of these fears when they arise. Often, this means pausing and asking ourselves, what am I feeling right now? What am I afraid of? That simple act of noticing gives us the power to loosen these walls, brick by brick. When we become aware of the fears that hold us back, we can start to ask, what if I move just a little beyond this boundary? It's like gently pushing a soft wall to see if it gives way. We don't need to force our way through. Instead, we notice the sensations and thoughts that arise as we stretch ourselves. For example, if you feel nervous at the edge of your comfort zone, take a deep breath and stay with that feeling. Notice how your mind might say, "This isn't safe," or "I shouldn't go further." Then, just observe those thoughts without judgment. Gently ask, "Is this true?" Sometimes, you'll find that the fear is just a story your mind is repeating. As you hold awareness, the walls begin to lose their strength, becoming less like barriers and more like thin veils. With each small step of curiosity and kindness, you weaken the fears hold on you. This process is about seeing that these walls are not fixed or permanent. They are made of moments of tension and resistance, which soften when met with gentle awareness. Each encounter with a boundary becomes a chance to learn that what you thought was fixed is actually flexible. You might feel a rush of emotion or a flash of old worry, but stay present with it. Watch it come and go, like clouds passing in the sky. Over time, your willingness to test the boundaries weakens their grip. The more you understand that these fears are only stories, the more your inner walls become thin and porous. Your sense of expansion grows naturally, almost without effort, simply because you keep turning attention inward and meeting whatever arises with gentle curiosity. As the inner limits soften, something shifts inside. You begin to notice a larger space within you, one that isn't confined by those old fears. There is a quiet openness that was always present but hidden, waiting to be seen. The boundaries you once believed were solid become more like gentle slopes rather than walls. It's as if you're stepping into a bigger room, one that has no corners or tight edges, just flowing openness. The limits are still there, but your relationship with them has changed. They no longer define where you can or cannot go. Instead, they become signals, reminders that it's safe to move more freely. Every small step outward is a step into a broader sense of self, a bigger world that waits for your acknowledgement and curiosity. By simply noticing your fears and gently testing your boundaries, you invite a new experience, one of continuous expansion. Remember, you don't have to do this all at once. A tiny stretch is enough. Each time you feel the urge to hold back, pause and ask, what if I just look at this with kindness? It's through these small, gentle encounters that your inner walls dissolve, revealing a vast space that's always been there, waiting for you to explore with confidence, patience, and compassion. Action: one micro-expansion today. Fears often create invisible walls around us. These walls are built from past experiences, social conditioning, and our own thoughts. We might not even realize they are there, but they limit how we experience life. Think about a situation where you felt hesitant to speak up or try something new. That reluctance often comes from a fear of judgment or failure. It's like carrying a heavy backpack filled with self-doubt. Each worry is a stone, weighing you down and keeping you from moving freely toward new experiences. These invisible boundaries can make the world feel smaller and increase feelings of anxiety or frustration. The next time you notice a reaction that feels disproportionate to the situation, it might be a signal that a wall is in place. To begin gently expanding these perceived boundaries, try a small, mindful practice. Pick a situation that feels mildly uncomfortable but not overwhelmingly so. Perhaps it's striking up a conversation with a stranger or sharing an idea in a meeting. Take a moment to notice what you feel before you act. Is there a tightness in your chest? How about tension in your shoulders? Recognizing these sensations is the first step toward change. Now, allow yourself to take one small step forward. Maybe you smile at the stranger or express that idea, even if your voice shakes a little. Each time you push against a wall, no matter how mildly, you widen your experience. With practice, these walls will feel less daunting and more permeable. Embrace the discomfort. It's where growth happens. Remember, micro-expansions are not about jumping into the deep end, but rather taking small, deliberate steps. As you engage with these tiny moments of stretching beyond your comfort zone, notice how your body responds. Is there an initial urge to retreat? That's completely normal. Acknowledge it and let it pass without judgment. Each micro-expansion creates a ripple effect. You might find yourself more willing to take another step the next time. Over time, these small actions accumulate. They slowly erode the walls that confine you, allowing for a greater sense of freedom. Make it a game. Each day, look for one opportunity to expand, no matter how small. Celebrate it. You're not just creating space for action, you're building resilience within yourself. Chapter 11. Life Without Tight Edges. Identities, roles soften, fluid instead of rigid. We often think of ourselves as a collection of fixed labels. I am a mother, I am a professional, I am shy, or I am the calm one. These roles and identities feel solid because they help us make sense of who we are in a busy world. But if you pause and look closer, you'll notice something different. These layers are not hard and fast. They shift and change depending on the moment and who you are with. The person you are at work might feel quite unlike the person you are with friends or family. Even inside those moments, your moods or thoughts turn fluid, flowing from one state to another without a strict boundary. What if there was no single you that could be put into a box? What if I am was less a statement to hold tightly and more a door that opened to many possible ways of being? Instead of clinging to one identity, you might find yourself moving naturally through different roles. This allows a bigger sense of freedom because you aren't trying to force yourself into one shape. The layers of your life are like water, sometimes calm and clear, sometimes rushing and changing, but never fixed in one form. When you start to notice this, the sense of I must be this or that begins to soften and open. You aren't your job title or your family role. You are not the anxious one or the caregiver all the time. These identities are parts you play, like characters in a play, and each can come and go. This doesn't mean you lose who you are. Rather, you gain a wider view, seeing yourself as the one who notices these roles, moving beyond rigid shapes into something much more spacious. When identities and roles feel rigid, it often means we're holding onto them tightly. This grip creates invisible walls inside, dividing who we are into neat boxes. That can feel safe because the world becomes predictable, but these walls also limit how freely you move through life. They cut off parts of yourself that don't fit the story you tell about who you are. This is where stress and conflict often arise, between the part that wants to stay the same and the part quietly longing to breathe and change. Try noticing any place today where you feel stuck. Maybe you catch yourself thinking, I can't act differently because this is what I do. Or, I'm not like that. This is who I really am. What if these thoughts are just stories you've repeated so many times they feel true? You don't have to fight these stories. Gently turning your attention toward them, you might find the edges starting to loosen. Like a soft clay, your sense of self begins to reshape without a struggle. Softening this hold invites you to experience freedom right now, not by becoming someone new, but by letting go of the need to fit into a single image. You might notice that the space between roles, the moments where you're just witnessing who you are, become larger. In these spaces, you meet yourself without judgment, allowing old boundaries to dissolve naturally. It's in this openness that real change begins, quietly and gently, like the first light before sunrise. When you start to notice your roles and identities as shifting instead of fixed, it naturally invites a softer gaze inward. You might watch how you step into certain roles automatically, perhaps without even realizing it. For instance, you might find that when you're with family, an inner voice starts telling you to be responsible or patient in a way that feels heavy. Or when you are alone, that voice might quiet down or change entirely. Simply becoming aware of this can create space between yourself and the roles you think you must play. Ask yourself, which role is showing up right now? What does it feel like in my body? Is there resistance anywhere? Or does something feel open? You don't have to fix or change anything. Just notice with kindness. Sometimes, even the act of seeing these changes relaxes the tight grip around identity. You might observe how different parts of you emerge naturally, some more confident, some more vulnerable, all equally part of the whole. This gentle awareness uncovers a paradox. The more you stop grabbing onto who you should be, the more whole and real you actually become. Freedom is found not in trying harder to be a fixed self, but in leaning back and letting your sense of self reveal itself in movement and flow. This doesn't mean losing meaning or connection. On the contrary, it deepens your experience as you meet each moment fresh, free from the weight of rigid expectations. Next time you find yourself caught in a familiar role or thought about who you are, pause for a moment. Take a breath and quietly ask, is this fixed, or is it changing right now? Notice how your body feels when you say, I am this. Can you feel any tightness or lightness? What happens if you allow a little space around that identity? You might sense it soften, like a handwritten word fading in sunlight. Try this gently several times during your day. Each time, you're practicing stepping back to watch the natural movement of your roles instead of getting stuck inside them. Over time, you may find the walls between identities become less rigid and the spaces in between grow wider. This is a practice of kindness toward yourself, meeting all your parts with acceptance and calm. Watch thoughts/beliefs without grasping. Notice your mind as it runs through stories, judgments, or worries. Don't try to stop these thoughts. Just observe them with gentle curiosity. Think of your awareness as a clear sky, and your thoughts as clouds drifting across it. They come and go. No need to hold on or push them away. When you start to notice yourself grasping or clinging to a thought, pause. Take a slow breath and softly remind yourself, these are just passing thoughts. This simple act of noticing creates a small space inside where clarity can settle in, showing you that thoughts are not facts, but fleeting visitors. Over time, this practice helps you see how much your mind is reacting out of habit, not necessity. As you allow yourself to simply observe, you begin to build a gentle distance from the mental noise, and noticing becomes easier and more natural. Practicing non-attachment means recognizing that thoughts are like waves. Each one arises and then passes away. You don't need to drown in them or jump on every current. Instead, practice watching them float by without jumping onto the surfboard. You can silently label each thought as thinking or judging without following its story. Notice the feelings or sensations that accompany these thoughts: tightness, resistance, or restlessness, and just notice them without trying to change them. It's as if you're sitting beside a flowing river, merely watching the ripples pass by. The more you do this, the more your internal river becomes a calm stream that doesn't need to be controlled or held. Recognize your inner edges, where your thoughts start and you end, and see how fluid they really are, not fixed. This perspective makes it clear that you are the awareness observing, not the story itself. The key is to see thoughts as temporary impressions rather than signals of who you are. When you believe in thoughts or identify with them, it feels like they are your truth. But in reality, beliefs are just mental formations, constantly shifting. As you practice, you can notice when thoughts seem to tighten your chest or tug at your mood. See if you can find the point where the thought begins and your sense of self ends. Rarely is it a sharp boundary. More often, it's a vague, blurry edge that you can gently explore. When a thought clings, realize that gripping only tightens the story. Instead, soften with the awareness. Allow the thought to be there without judgment or reaction. This helps you see how thoughts come, linger, and dissolve, and that your true self remains steady behind the fleeting stories. In daily life, simply asking yourself, what is this thought right now? Or is this true right now? Can create a moment of space. It's not about stopping thoughts, but about creating an openness to see them change and fade naturally. If a worry or belief feels persistent, instead of trying to push it away or fix it, just notice it. Allow the thought to sit and see how it feels in the body. Notice tightness, restlessness, or heaviness, without trying to fix or escape. Over time, this practice softens the grip and reveals that thoughts are no more than passing clouds in the sky of your awareness. This shifting perspective can help you stay gentle with yourself, even amid mental turbulence. Impermanence becomes friend, not enemy. Impermanence is a natural part of life. Everything around us is constantly changing, from the seasons shifting outside our windows to our own thoughts and feelings. This reality can feel unsettling at times, especially when we cling to our identities and the familiar. Yet, when we embrace impermanence, we begin to recognize it as a friend rather than an enemy. It softens the edges of our identities and allows space for us to breathe and grow. Consider how an ice sculpture melts under the warmth of the sun. Instead of fearing the change, we can appreciate the beauty in the transformation. Every moment that passes offers an opportunity for renewal and fresh experiences. Seeing life through the lens of impermanence grants us room to explore who we are beyond our labels and roles. When we stop clinging to fixed ideas about ourselves, we can allow our true feelings to surface. What makes you who you are? Is it your job title, your relationships, or something deeper? As we realize that none of these identities are permanent, we can invite a lighter sense of being into our lives. Ask yourself gently, what would it feel like to let go of the need to control everything? This question invites spaciousness, offering a sense of freedom as we navigate the unpredictability around us. Welcoming change requires courage. It asks us to face discomfort and uncertainty without rushing to fill the gaps with distractions. Instead of seeing loss as a defeat, we can approach it as a new beginning. This mindset invites a flow of energy that smooths out the rough edges we often create around our experiences. By viewing every ending as a potential for a fresh start, we learn to engage with life more fully. Imagine standing at the edge of a river, feeling the current beneath your feet. As the water flows, it carries away debris while also bringing new elements to the shore. This natural cycle is a poignant reminder of how we can too allow change to flow through us. Embracing life's uncertainties can alleviate our fears. When we let go of the need for rigid boundaries, we enable a more authentic experience that deeply reflects who we are at our core. Practicing mindfulness can be a valuable tool in this journey. Take a moment each day to simply sit with your feelings and observe them without judgment. Notice how they change from moment to moment, creating a wave of sensations that ebb and flow. As you become familiar with this process, you may find that life feels less overwhelming and more like a dance that you can participate in joyfully. Ultimately, remember that every moment carries the potential for something new and beautiful. Life does not demand that we have everything figured out right now. Instead, it invites us to flow with its changing currents, allowing wisdom and growth to reveal themselves in their own time. Ease arises in not knowing. When we cling tightly to fixed ideas about who we are, what we should feel, or how life must unfold, We create invisible walls around ourselves. These walls can feel protective, but they often trap us in cycles of stress and pain. Defining ourselves by particular thoughts or feelings sets up an expectation that things should stay the same. When reality doesn't match those expectations, discomfort quickly arises. The problem isn't the experience itself, but how firmly we hold on to our judgments about it. Imagine trying to hold water in your hands with tight fists. The harder you squeeze, the more the water slips through your fingers. Our minds work in a similar way. When we grasp at certainty or demand answers, emotional tension builds. Pain grows because we resist the natural changes life brings. This resistance sets the stage for suffering, even when nothing terrible has happened. The tight edges of self-definition don't allow the flow of experience to move freely. Noticing these edges, those mental limits we build around ourselves, is the first step toward relief. It's okay to have preferences or beliefs. The issue comes when we identify so strongly that these become rigid barriers. This creates a sense of separation and struggle inside. When stuck this way, the natural ease of simply being becomes clouded by wanting things to be different than they are. Freedom begins in loosening those tight grips, in allowing the mind and heart room to breathe. The feeling of ease arises most naturally when we stop trying to control every detail inside us and outside us. Not knowing means letting go of the urge to have all the answers right now. It's a gentle surrender to what is, even if it feels uncertain or uncomfortable. This doesn't mean giving up or resigning yourself to difficulty. Instead, it's making space for everything to be as it is without immediate judgment. When you notice your mind reaching for certainty, try softening that hold. Instead of pushing away confusion or doubt, invite them in as part of your experience. You might say silently to yourself, "I don't need to figure this out yet," or "It's all right to not know." These simple reminders can create a shift where pressure eases and calm replaces tension. In this openness, life's flow can move through you rather than against you. Acceptance doesn't have to be complicated. It can be as simple as noticing your breath or feeling the sensations in your body without trying to change them. When resistance arises, acknowledge it kindly, then let it pass without chasing after another thought or emotion. This practice quiets the habit of mental grasping and opens your awareness to the richness of the present moment, even if that moment feels uncertain or unclear. Life is full of twists and turns, and trying to hold everything tightly only leads to exhaustion. There is a natural rhythm that moves through all things, the ebb and flow of experience. When you practice inviting this flow instead of fighting it, ease naturally emerges. Surrender here doesn't mean weakness. It means choosing to cooperate with reality rather than resist it. This cooperation invites freshness and movement, freeing you from stuck patterns. Try pausing throughout your day to check in with yourself. Notice when you are holding on too tightly to a particular idea or feeling. See if you can soften your grip just a little, allowing space for uncertainty or unfamiliar sensations. This tiny act of letting go can create a ripple effect, calming the inner chatter and opening up a sense of peace. Over time, you may find it easier to rest into not knowing, trusting that you will find clarity when the time is right. Keeping this practice simple is key. You don't need to figure out all the answers or fix every discomfort. Instead, invite a gentle curiosity about your experience, welcoming whatever arises without rushing to label it or change it. This openness to not knowing turns what once seemed difficult into a quiet place where ease can grow naturally from within. Action. Who am I without this story? Our stories tell us who we are. We label ourselves with words like success, failure, good, bad, strong, or weak. These labels become part of our identity, shaping how we see ourselves and how others see us. We cling to these stories because they give us a sense of stability. They provide answers to the question, who am I? But often, these stories are just ways our mind tries to make sense of experience. They are like labels stuck on a box, yet inside that box, there's more than just the label. When we identify too strongly with these stories, we limit ourselves. We forget that who we are is more than a collection of labels. Notice how tightly you hold onto your stories. Maybe you think of yourself as a caregiver, a perfectionist, or someone always trying to prove themselves. These ideas become a part of your identity, and losing them can feel like losing a part of who you are. But ask yourself, could you still be yourself without that story? Do you need it to define your worth or purpose? Sometimes, just noticing how attached we are helps loosen the grip. We may find that the story is just a chapter, not the whole book. Our true nature isn't limited to any story we tell. It's more fluid, more expansive than any label or idea. The idea that we are fixed at a certain identity is comforting, but it is also limiting. If we look closely, we can see that the self is always changing, like the weather. Yesterday's I may feel different from today's, and tomorrow's may be even different. When we carefully observe, we notice that no story is absolute. It's just a snapshot, a moment in a flowing process. Letting go of one story often uncovers a quieter space underneath. In that space, there is no label, no decision about who we are. Instead, there is just awareness, simply seeing what is happening without judgment or attachment. It can be surprising how much freedom we find in that openness. When we start to loosen the hold on our stories, we begin to see ourselves as fluid and adaptable. Losing one story doesn't mean losing ourselves. It means making room for a broader understanding. The stories we cling to, whether of being not enough or too much, often hide a deeper silence within. As we allow ourselves to step back from these emotional or mental labels, we may discover a calm presence that has always been there, beyond the stories. That presence is not attached to any identity, and in it, we find space to simply be. It is the silent core that remains when all stories fade away, like the sky behind the clouds. Practice noticing what happens when you drop a story about yourself. Pay attention to how you feel. Sometimes there's relief, a lightness that wasn't there before. Other times, there's fear or resistance to letting go. Those feelings are just more stories trying to cling on, more labels trying to define you. Gently remind yourself that you are not these stories. Your true essence is the spacious awareness observing everything, including your identities. As you practice this awareness, you'll notice that the question, "Who am I?" becomes less about defining and more about experiencing. You are not just a story. You are the openness in which all stories arise and dissolve. A helpful tip is to quietly ask yourself, can I be without this story? When you're caught up in identifying with something, let this question be a gentle invitation to look beyond the label and into the open space that underlies it. Notice how your sense of self changes when you do. Sometimes you'll find that the story is like a cloud passing through the sky, temporary and ever-changing. Recognizing this can bring peace, because it shows that your real self isn't limited to any single story or identity. It's the sky itself, vast and free, holding all the stories without being defined by them. Chapter 12. Choosing Openness Always. Radical yes to whatever comes, joy, pain, boredom. Life is a mix of experiences. Some days are full of joy, while others can bring pain. Then, there are moments of boredom that make us restless. All of these feelings are part of being human. When we learn to embrace each of these experiences without pushing them away, we find a deeper connection to ourselves. Accepting joy means celebrating the little moments, a laugh with a friend, a beautiful sunset, or the taste of our favorite food. When we welcome pain, we allow ourselves to feel deeply. It can be uncomfortable, but it often brings insights and growth. Boredom, too, holds value. It teaches us patience and invites us to slow down. Instead of running from discomfort, what if we greeted it with an open heart? Can we allow ourselves to feel everything, not just what we like? Radical acceptance means saying yes to whatever comes our way. This practice helps us to stop resisting life and allows us to flow with it. Try this. When something challenging arises, pause instead of reacting right away. Take a breath and acknowledge what you feel in that moment. Maybe it's frustration or sadness. Recognize it as part of your experience. By saying yes to those feelings, You create space for them to exist without judgment. This can be truly freeing. Imagine standing still while the waves of life crash around you. Instead of getting swept away, you become the shore, strong and steady. You can let emotions wash over you without being overwhelmed. It's a simple shift, but it can change how we approach each day. The next time you face discomfort, remind yourself to say yes. Allow it in, and notice how your perspective changes. This continuous flow of acceptance keeps us grounded and connected to the present. Next time you're feeling bored or restless, take a moment to pause. Ask yourself, what can this moment teach me? Sometimes it's through these quiet spaces that we discover new passions or insights about ourselves. Embracing every moment, joyful, painful, or mundane, not only enriches our experience, but also strengthens our ability to navigate life's ups and downs. Remember, life isn't just about finding happiness. It's about fully experiencing all that it offers. Happiness not conditional on circumstances. Happiness is often thought of as something that arises from what happens around us, getting a raise, receiving a kind word, or enjoying a sunny day. We assume when life feels good on the outside, happiness will follow naturally. But this connection is fragile. Moments of joy tied to events come and go. When circumstances shift, so does our happiness. What if this constant shifting isn't the whole story? If we look quietly inside ourselves, another kind of happiness waits, one less dependent on the outside world's ups and downs. This happiness doesn't mean ignoring problems or faking a smile when things are hard. Instead, it's a deep kind of ease that rests on a space within you. This space is open to all sensations, thoughts, and feelings without clinging to any of them. It isn't blocked or closed off when life feels tough. It simply allows things to be as they are, offering room to breathe. Because it isn't tied to a specific outcome or condition, it remains stable even when circumstances change. Think about times you felt truly alive and peaceful, not because everything was perfect, but because you were able to be present with what was happening inside. It might have been a moment watching the rain, noticing your breath, or sitting quietly with a difficult emotion without needing to fix it. That quiet space is the foundation of happiness that's steady and available at any moment. Learning to open up inside starts with simple curiosity. Instead of pushing away discomfort or chasing after things that seem like they will bring joy, try turning your attention inward. Notice what's alive right now, your breath, the sensations in your body, the thoughts moving like clouds. Meeting these experiences with gentle acceptance changes how you relate to your inner world. You might feel surprised at how much space there actually is, even when emotions swirl. When feelings like sadness, frustration, or fear surface, it's tempting to shut down or distract ourselves. But what if these feelings aren't obstacles to happiness, but part of the path? Allowing yourself to fully experience them without judgment often lets their intensity soften. This doesn't mean you have to stay stuck there. It's simply giving yourself permission to feel, rather than resist or escape. Openness means making room for everything, not just what's comfortable or pleasant. There's a common inner story telling us happiness depends on having things a certain way: a relationship, success, health, or approval. Questioning this belief can be freeing. Can you imagine happiness that isn't waiting on something outside of you? When you practice noticing your reactions to desire or disappointment, you create space to see how often your mind ties happiness to what's next, instead of resting in what is right now. This simple shift cracks open the idea that happiness is earned or deserves certain conditions. This doesn't mean ignoring life's realities. It means living with a sense of inner balance through them. When happiness arises from this open inner place, it carries a kindness and freedom that's harder to shake. Even when challenges arise, you can find yourself grounded, not because problems disappear, but because your relationship to them shifts. Happiness becomes a living presence inside, flowing with the rhythm of life rather than resisting it. Try this. When you notice a moment of joy or peace, pause and feel its texture in your body. Notice whether it feels expansive or tight, deep or shallow. Then watch the moments when joy slips away, what changes inside. This gentle investigation helps you recognize that happiness is less about outside events and more about how you meet each moment with openness. With practice, this approach becomes a refuge you can return to whenever life feels overwhelming or uncertain. Open heart as default state. Imagine that your heart isn't something you need to force open or open up. It's more like a window that's always there, ready for light, air, and connection. When you think of an open heart, picture a space where love, acceptance, and compassion naturally flow. It's not something you must turn on or off. Instead, it's the way you are designed to be, an inherent part of your being. Sometimes, life challenges us to close or tighten up in protective ways. But underneath those reactions is this simple truth: an open heart is always available. Many believe that openness requires effort or a peaceful environment. But in truth, openness is the background state. It becomes most visible when distractions quiet down. It's like the sky, often hidden behind thick clouds, but always there. When your mind settles and you notice your feelings, you can sense it, a calm, gentle space that welcomes whatever comes. This openness isn't a special trait for certain people, it's the default mode for everyone. The trick is, we forget it, especially when pain, fear, or judgment make us want to shut down. Seeing the heart as naturally open helps undo the idea that we must get somewhere special or become more loving. Instead, it invites us to recognize what is already here. Our true nature isn't a separate, distant part of us. It's the core that remains unshaken, even when the mind races or emotions flood in. It's like a warm, steady anchor that holds us steady through storms. Accepting that openness is natural can relieve a lot of pressure. There's no need to fix ourselves or earn this space. It's already within, just waiting for us to notice it again. When we understand this, we begin to see that the barriers we build, fear, judgments, or defensive walls, are only coverings, not what we really are. The heart's openness is like the deepest, simplest truth underneath all the layers. The more you trust that openness is your natural state, the easier it becomes to relax into it. You don't have to try to be open. Just notice when you're constricted or closed. Small moments of recognizing that you are already in that space can start to rewrite your experience. This awareness doesn't require years of effort. It's simply a matter of remembering, like returning home to a familiar place after a journey into distraction or confusion. Understanding that your open heart is the default state also changes how you relate to others. When you meet someone with an open heart, you feel seen, safe, and accepted. It creates trust and connection naturally. When you remember that your own heart is already open, it becomes easier to extend that same kindness outward. This is not about pretending to be different, but about allowing what's already present to shine through. Openness is an ongoing invitation, returning again and again to this core space, especially when life feels heavy or uncertain. To help deepen this recognition, consider that every moment offers a fresh opportunity to feel your heart's openness. As you go about your day, check in. Are you holding tension in your chest? Are your thoughts tightening around worries or judgments? Softening your focus for just a breath or two can help you sense that space beyond words and stories. Over time, these small acts gather into a greater trust in your natural openness, making it easier to meet life with a gentle, open heart, no matter what arises. Remember, your heart's openness isn't something you have to earn or create. It is who you are, underneath the layers of protection. When you see this clearly, you can begin to live from that spacious, loving space, not just sometimes, but as your default. That sense of familiar warmth can become the foundation of your daily experience, a core you return to again and again, regardless of external circumstances. Life flows through unobstructed. Life naturally flows when we allow it, but often we create blocks that make it difficult for this flow to happen. These blocks can come from our fears, insecurities, or past experiences. When we acknowledge these inner barriers, we begin to see how they shape our responses to the world. Many of us get caught in habitual thought patterns that convince us we need to control every aspect of our lives. Recognizing this is the first step toward letting go. It's helpful to pause and gently explore what might be keeping us stuck. Is it an old belief? A past hurt? By taking the time to notice these feelings and reflections, we can start the process of softening them. Openness is more than just a mindset. It's a practice of releasing resistance. When we resist life's natural flow, we create tension and stress. Instead of fighting discomfort or trying to control our circumstances, we can learn to let life move through us. This doesn't mean ignoring our feelings or situations, but rather accepting them as they come. When discomfort arises, we have a choice: to tighten up or to breathe through it. Breathing deeply can help create a sense of space that allows sensations and emotions to pass. As we build this practice of openness, we might notice how tightly we grip our worries. Let them float by like clouds in the sky. Life flows best when we let go of the need for everything to fit neatly into place. When we stop blocking our experiences, we can begin to notice the richness of life as it is. It becomes easier to engage with the world around us without judgment. This state of flowing allows us to connect authentically with others and enhances our daily experiences. You might find that during mundane tasks, such as washing dishes or going for a walk, you feel more present. By tuning into these moments, you open yourself to the possibilities that life offers. Ask yourself, how does it feel to be carried by life's current rather than fighting against it? Engaging with this question gently nudges us toward increased awareness and connection with our surroundings. Practicing this openness regularly helps us learn to trust the flow of life rather than resisting or fearing it. One simple yet powerful technique is to establish moments throughout the day to check in with yourself. Pause and take a few deep breaths. Ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? Am I resisting anything? Just observe. Give yourself permission to feel without judgment. This creates space for insight and helps cultivate a habit of openness. Another tip is to notice the small things around you. Whether it's the colors of the leaves or the sound of the wind, allow yourself to be fully present in those moments. They connect you to the beauty of life and open up new paths of awareness. As life flows through you unobstructed, remember that every moment is a fresh opportunity to let go and trust the process. Action. Yes to this, 10x daily. Every day, you face countless moments where you can either close off or open up to what is happening inside and around you. Saying yes to this doesn't mean you are approving every situation or adopting a blind optimism. Instead, it is about choosing to be present and open to whatever shows up, even if it feels uncomfortable or surprising. This simple shift, welcoming your experience as it is, can loosen the grip of resistance and invite more ease into your day. It's easy to get caught in the habit of pushing away feelings that feel difficult, thoughts that trigger worry, or sensations that create discomfort. Saying yes to this asks for something different, a gentle nod of acceptance, a pause before reaction. This tiny decision plants seeds of spaciousness and curiosity right where usually there's tension or judgment. When you make this choice often, even in small things like the sound of traffic or a tightness in your chest, you build a stronger connection with your natural awareness, the part of you that watches and holds everything with calm clarity. Notice that this is a practice, not a task to complete perfectly. Each time you say yes to this, you are training yourself to stay open instead of shutting down. This kind of openness doesn't require you to become different or fix anything. It simply invites you to be with what's already happening. In this way, yes to this becomes a doorway to freedom, a way to step out of the automatic urge to resist and step into a quality of presence that feels more alive and restful. Try beginning with small moments where you can gently say yes to this. It might be the feeling of your feet on the floor, a brief memory that rises, or the sensation of your breath moving in and out. When you practice this 10 times a day, you start to notice how often you have been saying no without realizing it. You start to meet those moments you usually avoid with a soft, welcoming attitude instead. This doesn't mean you ignore what needs attention or pretend difficult emotions aren't there. Saying yes to this is more like opening a window, allowing space for whatever is present without pushing or pulling. Over time, this simple habit rewires your relationship to internal experience. Feelings that once felt overwhelming begin to soften, and your mind loosens its grip on judgment and story-making. For example, if you notice a tight chest or a flicker of anxiety, instead of trying to suppress or ignore it, gently say to yourself, yes to this. Let the feeling be without rushing to change it. You might discover that by inviting this, the sensation shifts or becomes less frightening. This practice is not about doing or achieving, but about allowing and seeing what happens when resistance slows down. Each time you catch yourself reacting with no or avoidance, pause and slowly bring your attention back to a soft yes to this. Even if it feels awkward or unfamiliar at first, keep returning. The cumulative effect of this simple act deepens your capacity to live from a place of openness rather than struggle. In a busy world that often feels overwhelming, saying yes to this becomes a gentle yet powerful way to reconnect with what's true and present within. Chapter 13. Flow without resistance. Align with reality. Work with, not against. When you fight against what is happening now, you create a war inside. Your mind resists, insisting things should be different. This resistance heightens discomfort and makes life feel more stressful. Instead of pushing away what's happening, try to notice it with gentle curiosity. What are you feeling right now? What thoughts are running in your mind? Accepting doesn't mean you like everything, but it means you stop fighting. Recognizing you cannot control everything instantly begins to soften tension. Life is simply what it is, often unpredictable and messy. The more you practice noticing resistance, the more natural it becomes to accept life as it unfolds. This doesn't mean giving up or resigning, but rather acknowledging the truth of your experience right now, without adding additional layers of judgment or resistance. Acceptance creates space within you. It allows things to be rather than trying to force them into a different shape. When you stop resisting, you stop creating inner tension. Instead, you find a quiet sense of openness that was hidden beneath your inner struggle. It's helpful to remind yourself that life is full of moments beyond your control. Some events are just happening, whether you like it or not. When you start noticing your resistance, ask yourself, am I fighting what is happening right now? If yes, see if you can soften your grip. Just breathe and let that resistance sit for a moment. Notice what happens if you stop fighting and simply acknowledge. Often, what feels so urgent and painful begins to lose its grip when you stop adding fuel. Resistance is like trying to push a door that's meant to open gently. The more you push, the tighter it feels. Allowing, surrendering, and accepting are the keys to easing the tension. Recognizing resistance is the first step. The next is to gently practice acceptance. When you sense tension in your body or mind, pause for a moment. Ask yourself, am I fighting this? If the answer is yes, then say silently, okay, this is how it is right now. Rest there with curiosity rather than judgment. Notice how your body reacts to this shift. Is the tension easing? Does the struggle soften? By repeatedly practicing this, you'll learn that accepting what is can bring surprising relief. It doesn't mean being passive or giving up, but rather meeting life with a calm awareness instead of a clenched grasp. This openness creates a quiet strength that supports you during difficult moments. The more you accept, the more your inner peace grows, even amid chaos. Most of the time, we try hard to control everything. Our circumstances, feelings, reactions. We believe that if we can just fix what's wrong or make things different, we'll find peace. But life doesn't work that way. It's like trying to hold on to water. No matter how tightly you squeeze, it slips through your fingers. Instead, learn to let go of constant control. Surrendering begins with awareness. Notice your grip on the need to be in charge. When you see it clearly, remind yourself that life is more fluid than your thoughts allow. Trust that most things don't need fixing right now. Sometimes, your biggest power is in relaxing into what is. Let go of trying to change what's happening externally and internally. Allow yourself to rest into the natural rhythm of life, even when it feels chaotic or uncertain. Relaxation isn't about giving up, but about trusting the process of life unfolding. When you loosen your grip, your mind stops exhausting itself with endless plans and resistance. You can practice this by intentionally softening your shoulders or softening your thoughts. When a difficult emotion arises, instead of fighting it or trying to dismiss it, breathe into it and acknowledge its presence. This act of surrender creates space for what needs to happen next. It's like riding a wave instead of trying to fight against it, trusting that the wave will carry you, rather than fighting to stand still or push it away. Over time, you learn that the more you surrender control, the more resilient and at ease you become, even in the face of life's surprises. Letting go of the need to always fix or change means accepting that some things are beyond your influence. You can focus on what you can do, your attitude, your presence, your compassion, while letting go of the rest. This shift from resistance to acceptance is not passive. It is active trust in life's natural flow. Practice noticing when you're trying to control things that are outside your reach, and instead, choose to soften and relax. Small acts of releasing, such as letting go of a mental story that's causing upset, can make a huge difference. The more you practice, the more you see that life becomes less of a struggle when you work with what is instead of against it. You begin to see that sometimes your greatest strength lies in surrendering and allowing life to be as it is. Events arise, you meet them openly. Life presents us with countless events every day. These events can be small, like a change in the weather or a traffic jam, or they can be big, like receiving bad news or experiencing joyful moments. The key to meeting these events is to approach them openly, with curiosity rather than resistance. Consider the next time an unexpected challenge appears. What happens if, instead of pushing it away or judging it, you simply notice it? Allowing yourself to acknowledge the event without immediate action can be freeing. By doing this, you create space to respond thoughtfully instead of reacting out of habit. Imagine catching a moment as it unfolds. Instead of trying to control the situation or label it good or bad, simply watch it. This practice involves embracing what you encounter without judgment, enabling a natural flow to emerge. Think of it as standing by a stream and observing the water. You wouldn't attempt to change its course, you'd simply let it flow. Likewise, in life, each moment can be met with openness. When you face discomfort, ask yourself, what is this moment trying to teach me? By welcoming your experiences, you allow them to transform into lessons without the weight of judgment or control. As you begin to meet events with a sense of openness, notice how they shift your daily experiences. You might find that when faced with uncomfortable feelings, instead of closing down, you can gently invite them in. This awareness allows you to see the transient nature of thoughts and emotions. Take a moment to recognize how fear, joy, or sadness can rise and fall like waves. Each wave teaches you something new. Stay with the sensations, let them wash over you, and then recede. The key is not to cling, but to appreciate their presence for what it is. In so doing, you cultivate resilience and a deeper connection to yourself and the world around you. To foster this openness, practice pausing. Apply this simple technique. When something unexpected arises, breathe deeply and reflect for a few moments. Ask yourself how you truly feel without rushing to judgment. Journaling about these moments can also help you observe patterns in your responses over time. Effortless action from inner ease. Effortless action doesn't come from pushing harder or planning more. It begins when you pause, step back from the noise inside, and connect with your natural flow. This flow is always present beneath the chatter, beneath the tension, the quiet, steady rhythm of being. When you learn to notice that action can arise without strain or struggle, it's like the difference between forcing a river to move and simply opening the dam to let water flow freely. Try this. The next time you feel rushed or stuck, stop what you're doing just long enough to feel your breath, to sense your body, to tune in to what's alive inside you. It could be as simple as feeling the rise and fall of your chest, or the subtle pulse around your heart. This moment of pause is the doorway to ease. From here, action doesn't need to be pushed. It blooms naturally, as a response to the present, rather than a reaction to a worry or a to-do list. Our minds love to crowd the moment with plans, judgments, and stories, making action feel like a heavy chore. By shifting attention from doing to being, you create space where action flows freely. This space isn't empty. It's full of quiet confidence and calm readiness. Feeling into this can transform how you approach even the most ordinary tasks. Imagine washing dishes without frustration or writing an email without mental resistance, simply because you're linked to that steady, relaxed current inside. The key to effortless action lies in noticing where you're holding on too tight. Resistance often shows up as tension in your body, racing thoughts, or a sudden urge to control everything. When you catch yourself struggling or pushing too hard, don't fight the feeling. Instead, breathe gently and bring soft attention to the experience. Meet it with kindness, like you would a small child or a tired friend. This gentle awareness loosens the grip of resistance and invites action to emerge on its own terms. Try feeling where resistance lives inside you. Maybe it's a tightness in your chest or a clench in your jaw. Instead of trying to fix it or push it away, breathe into it. Imagine you're creating just enough space for it to move. Let the sensation rise and fall like waves rather than something fixed or permanent. Notice how the struggle to control or force action begins to fade as you stay present with what's happening now. When you stay with this openness, something surprising happens. Your actions don't feel like work. They unfold as if you're being guided by a quiet inner knowing. You don't have to micromanage every step or will yourself forward. The effort shifts from outward force to inward ease. This doesn't mean you stop caring or lose motivation. It means your energy is spent wisely, without unnecessary tension or exhaustion. This change alone can make a big difference in your daily life, making room for creativity, clarity, and calm to surface naturally. A simple way to practice this is to check in with yourself before starting any task. Ask softly, is there resistance here? Can I soften it? Feel what's inside without judgment. Even a few seconds of this gentle pause can turn a frustrating chore into something lighter, more connected, more you. Harmony emerges naturally. Life has a way of unfolding in its own gentle rhythm. When we stop fighting against what is happening, something shifts inside us. Instead of pushing, forcing, or trying to control, we lean into the experience and allow it to unfold. It's like moving with the current of a river instead of swimming against it. When we stop resisting, what once felt like chaos begins to settle. This doesn't mean everything becomes perfect or smooth. It means we stop creating extra tension by battling what we can't change. When we soften into acceptance, a subtle feeling of harmony begins to show up naturally. It's not something we force or make happen. It's like a quiet smile that just appears when we stop struggling. One of the easiest ways to nurture this harmony is by simply noticing how we respond to each moment. Instead of reacting automatically, pause for a breath or two. Ask yourself, what is happening right now? Notice where your mind resists or fights what's here. Perhaps you feel anxious or impatient, or maybe you want things to be different. With a soft awareness, greet these feelings with curiosity, not judgment. Accept that they are part of this moment. It helps to breathe deeply and gently into these feelings, saying yes to what's here. Over time, this practice encourages a natural flow, as if life itself is guiding us rather than us trying to steer everything ourselves. When we practice acceptance regularly, we create space inside, a place where harmony can quietly emerge without effort or force. When the mind is busy, loud, or overwhelmed, it can seem impossible to feel any sense of peace. But when we step back from that noise, just pause to observe it, we often notice something surprising. Beneath the chatter, there is a calm, steady place where harmony lives. It's always there, waiting patiently. Recognizing this quiet space isn't about silencing thoughts or fixing feelings. It's about allowing oneself to see through the illusion that the noise is all there is. When you gently detach from the hubbub and observe with kindness, the natural rhythm of life begins to shine through. That's when harmony finds its way into the picture, flowing effortlessly when we stop creating resistance. Harmony doesn't need to be something you chase after. It's a gentle state that shows up when you relax into life rather than trying to control it. An easy way to do this is by practicing patience, giving yourself time to feel whatever is here without rushing it away. When uncomfortable feelings or difficult thoughts appear, don't push them aside. Instead, invite them in with a quiet breath and a soft attitude. Notice how, when you stop fighting, those feelings become less intense and more manageable. Over time, you'll begin to notice that the natural flow of life has a way of smoothing out the rough patches. Just like a river finds its path, you too will find your way when you trust the flow and choose to stay open to whatever arises. Remember, harmony isn't something to force or achieve. It's simply what happens when we stop resisting and start flowing. Keep practicing gentle awareness and acceptance, and notice how life's natural rhythm begins to reveal itself, quietly guiding you toward greater ease and peace. Action. Pause before reacting to events. Our instinct to react can feel automatic. When something happens, our minds rush to interpret and respond. This knee-jerk reaction often leads to words or actions we later regret. Imagine a situation where someone cuts you off in traffic. Anger bubbles up instantly. You might honk your horn or yell. In that moment, you may not even be aware of the sensation inside. That instinct is a survival mechanism, a remnant from our evolutionary past. It helps us respond to danger quickly. Yet, in daily life, this reaction can create more problems than it solves. Pausing before reacting offers a chance to step back. It allows us to recognize the feeling before we act on it. When we take a breath and just notice, we can create a gap between stimulus and response. This gap is powerful. In that small space, we have the opportunity to choose how to respond rather than reacting out of habit. Imagine instead of honking or shouting, you take a deep breath and feel your heart rate slow down. In that moment, you realize that the anger is a passing cloud in the sky of your mind. You can choose how to weather that storm. Gentle pauses can be practiced anywhere, anytime. The key is to commit to noticing moments of potential reaction. This might be when someone criticizes you, when plans change unexpectedly, or even during an argument with a loved one. Each of these moments is an invitation to pause. Start small. When you feel that initial rush of reaction, breathe in deeply and hold for a moment. You might say to yourself, "This is just a feeling." Then, let it out slowly. With practice, this technique can help you respond more thoughtfully to life's challenges. Notice how even the smallest pause can change the course of a conversation or your day. When you hold space for your feelings, you create room for clarity and compassion, both for yourself and others. It helps transform moments of frustration into opportunities for understanding and connection. Try this today. The next time you feel an emotional wave, take a breath, pause, and notice. Remember, a simple pause can open a world of possibility. Chapter 14. All things pass. Embrace this. Mortality clarifies what matters now. Life unfolds like a flickering candle flame, bright for a moment, then gone. Each breath you take is part of this passing experience. Holding on to illusions of permanence only pulls you away from what's real right now. When you let yourself sense that everything changes, it shifts how you see your days. The things that seemed so urgent, the worries that crowd your mind, begin to lose their grip. Death is not something distant or abstract. It's woven into every moment by its absence. Knowing this helps you notice what you often overlook. The simple moments of kindness, the quiet breaths between activities, the gentle pulse of being alive. Understanding life is temporary isn't meant to scare you. It's a reminder to pay attention. When you realize this, it's easier to drop distractions and move closer to what really counts. Think about how many times you've rushed through a day, missing the feeling of warmth in your chest or the taste of your food. Mortality teaches you to slow down, to see the value in presence itself. You don't have to wait for a crisis or a loss to wake up to these truths. Life's impermanence can guide you anytime to a deeper sense of clarity. When you sense the temporary nature of your thoughts, emotions, and even your identity, it creates space. You begin to notice how much mental noise is just passing commentary. This recognition opens a door, a place where the real essence of your life can be felt beyond endless chatter. When you fully face mortality, priorities clear themselves like fog lifting in the morning. Suddenly, trivial concerns shrink. The endless to-do lists lose some weight. Instead, what matters now comes into sharper focus: connection, kindness, truth, and the experience of being awake in your own life. There's a natural invitation to be here more fully. This clarity isn't about forcing change or creating pressure. It's more like a gentle current guiding you toward presence. For instance, when you realize you could be gone tomorrow, a frustrating argument softens. You might find yourself wanting to reach out and say something meaningful rather than holding grudges. You may notice gratitude rising for things previously taken for granted: sunlight on your skin, laughter with friends, a quiet moment alone. Mortality gives permission to live with more simplicity. It encourages you to ask, what truly feeds my heart? Where do I feel alive? What small acts align with who I want to be? In this way, presence and appreciation become natural responses, not spiritual ideals far away, but steady companions in daily life. These moments of clarity often arise unexpectedly. You might be washing dishes or sitting on a bus when a quiet awareness emerges. This is what matters. Sometimes it's a feeling rather than a thought, a soft pulse of knowing that life is here for a short time, so why waste it elsewhere? Staying with that feeling gently can open your heart and give you a clearer sense of how to move forward. Try this. When a strong emotion or worry arises, pause and remind yourself, this will pass. I won't always be here to feel this. Notice how that thought changes your relationship with the moment. Notice if it loosens your tight grip on controlling or avoiding. Let mortality be a kind teacher, not a heavy weight. Let go daily: possessions, opinions, self-image. Every day, we accumulate things: clothes, gadgets, and belongings. We hold on to them because they seem useful or because we believe they define who we are. Yet, in time, these possessions lose their meaning. They shift from items we cherish to weights we carry unnecessarily. Recognizing that possessions are temporary can inspire us to loosen our grip. Notice how often you cling to something just because it's familiar or because you're afraid of change. Start to see possessions not as parts of you, but as passing elements of life. When you begin to acknowledge their fleeting nature, releasing becomes easier, almost natural. It's as if you're opening your hands to something bigger, something simpler and more real. Opinions act like filters through which we view the world, and they change constantly. Today, someone might tell you a praise, and tomorrow, criticism. Opinions about yourself, others, or situations often feel like facts. But in truth, they're just passing thoughts, shaped by mood, circumstance, or habit. When you notice these opinions, ask yourself, is this idea rooted in truth, or just a fleeting thought? Letting go of opinions doesn't mean abandoning judgment entirely, but rather recognizing when an opinion is no longer serving you. It's like stepping back from a painting, seeing its fluid colors, not a fixed image. The more you see opinions as temporary, the less they can shape your sense of self or reality. Self-image is perhaps the most subtle attachment of all. We go through life holding on to an idea of who we are, our identity, our roles, our stories. We believe these stories define us, and holding on to them creates a sense of stability. But just like possessions or opinions, self-image is a construct, often based on past experiences and hopes for the future. When you cling to an image of yourself, whether as the success story, the victim, or the good person, you limit your growth. Practice noticing how often you catch yourself saying, I am this or I am that. Gently question those labels. Are they truly who you are in this moment? Learning to see beyond your self-image opens a door to freedom. You begin to realize that beneath these stories, there's a deeper, unchanging awareness, free and open. One of the easiest ways to let go daily is to set aside a few quiet moments each day. Start by noticing what you're holding on to without judgment. If your mind keeps revisiting possessions, opinions, or self-views, gently acknowledge it. Then give yourself permission to release. Holding on to things creates a subtle tension, but releasing just a little can bring immediate relief. For instance, imagine gently placing possessions back onto the shelf or drawer, as if you're giving them a mini bow. You're choosing to let go with kindness, not force. A simple ritual can be to check in with yourself at the start or end of each day and ask, what am I holding on to today? Once you identify something, imagine opening your hands or heart to that attachment. Visualize it as a cloud dissolving or a leaf floating away downstream. The idea is not to control or force, but to notice and allow. Each time you observe, you build awareness of your tendencies to cling. Over time, this awareness naturally weakens the grip holding you back. It's almost like untangling a knot slowly. Patience is key, and kindness makes the process gentle. Another helpful practice is to use an affirmation or mantras that remind you of impermanence. Words like let go or this too shall pass can serve as gentle anchors when you feel stuck. Whenever you notice resistance or tension, pause and repeat the phrase softly to yourself. It's a simple reminder that change is part of life, and holding on is what causes suffering. Embracing change with kindness transforms what might seem like loss into an act of love, giving yourself the freedom to flow with life's natural pace without resistance. Remember, each small act of letting go creates space within. Space for new experiences, fresh insight, and a deeper sense of calm. It's not about losing parts of yourself, but about shedding the unnecessary. When you release possessions, opinions, and self-image daily, you find a lighter, more authentic way of being. And with each release, you step closer to the quiet, spacious awareness that underlies all the stories and identities we tend to cling to. Freedom in not clinging to form. Clinging to form can create unnecessary suffering in our lives. We often hold on tightly to our ideas, beliefs, and possessions, thinking they define us. This attachment leads to anxiety and frustration when the inevitable changes occur. Life's nature is change. Everything is in a constant state of flux. When we resist this impermanence, we trap ourselves in a cycle of disappointment. True freedom arises when we embrace the uncertainty of life and allow things to come and go. By recognizing that our identities and relationships are not static, we open ourselves to a more expansive experience of being. Letting go of attachments might sound daunting. However, it can be a gentle process. Imagine holding a glass of water. The longer you hold it, the heavier it feels. Eventually, your hand tires, and you realize it's time to put it down. The same principle applies to our thoughts and feelings. When we cling tightly, we create unnecessary strain. But if we can shift our perspective and recognize that nothing is permanent, we can release that grip. This doesn't mean we stop caring. Instead, we learn to appreciate things without the fear of losing them. Freedom is not about detachment. It's about finding peace amidst the chaos of life. Letting go of attachments opens up spaciousness and peace within ourselves. We can start small. Identify something you are currently attached to. Maybe it's a thought, an opinion, or even a physical possession. Take a moment to examine your feelings about it. What would it feel like to release that attachment? Experiment by practicing short moments of letting go. When feelings of attachment surface, breathe into them. Acknowledge their presence and visualize them dissolving like mist in the morning sun. As you practice observing and releasing attachments, notice how your inner landscape begins to shift. It becomes easier to sit with discomfort without needing to cling to a particular outcome. You may find that in that space of letting go, a profound sense of calm and clarity emerges. You're able to see life as it is, a series of moments that can be experienced fully without needing to control or manipulate. With each practice of letting go, you're cultivating awareness of the present. Remember, freedom isn't found in certain forms. It's in the flow of life itself, in the acceptance of everything as it is. Next time you feel yourself grasping tightly to a thought or situation, remind yourself, letting go opens doors to peace. Embrace the moment with curiosity and compassion. This simple act of allowing can lead to a richer, more fulfilling experience. Gratitude for the temporary gift. Every moment we experience is a gift that arrives and then slips away. Nothing in life stays the same forever, and this flow is not a flaw but a truth to notice and appreciate. When you realize that each thought, feeling, or experience is temporary, you naturally start to value it more deeply. This awareness invites a sense of gratitude not rooted in clinging, but in simply receiving. It's like holding a flower that will wilt, and in that knowing, you cherish its colors and fragrance more fully. We often overlook the small details of daily life because we expect them to last: sunlight, a smile, a warm breath. Yet, every joyful moment holds a silent message. Appreciate this now because it won't be here tomorrow. Gratitude blooms when you recognize the fragile beauty of what's unfolding before you. This can shift how you relate to everything, from peaceful evenings to difficult emotions, as each moment, good or challenging, offers something precious if you pause long enough to notice. Try to gently observe your inner experience today. When a sense of peace or joy appears, meet it with warmth and a quiet "thank you." When frustration or sadness comes, you might soften into the fact that these feelings, too, are passing visitors. The habit of appreciating what's present, however brief, plants seeds of gratitude that grow with every passing minute. When you accept that nothing lasts forever, you open the door to a different kind of peace. Impermanence is often seen as something to fear or resist, yet it can be the very source of gratitude. Because we know life's moments will change, we can welcome each one with a fresh heart. This openness softens the grip of expectation and disappointment. Instead of trying to freeze time, you begin to move smoothly with its rhythms, noticing how change itself carries beauty. This can be something as simple as watching clouds drift across the sky or feeling the slow unfolding of a friendship. Each experience carries the reminder that life is alive and moving. When you change your view of impermanence from loss to gift, it eases the struggle against what is. Gratitude grows in that space where you allow yourself to fully be with the present moment, no matter how it looks or feels. Have you ever noticed how a sunset can feel especially moving because it won't last? That feeling, a mixture of joy and sadness, shows how impermanence calls us to appreciate more deeply. When you pause to sense this, gratitude becomes more than a polite habit. It becomes a way of living that invites acceptance and peace. It touches the heart softly, reminding you that even the most challenging times carry the potential to teach and transform if you stay present with them. Try asking yourself, what in this moment am I grateful for, even if it's not forever? This question gently guides your awareness back to the here and now, the only place life truly happens. With practice, this simple shift can help you experience a more steady kindness towards yourself and the world around you. Action: Evening Release Ritual. As the day winds down, give yourself a moment to gently let go of what you've been holding on to. Find a quiet space where you can sit comfortably without interruptions. Close your eyes if that feels right, or soften your gaze. Take a deep breath in, feeling the air fill your lungs. Slowly exhale, noticing how each breath helps unwind the day's tension. You might imagine the stress or busyness as a weight settling into the ground behind you. The goal isn't to fix everything, but simply to acknowledge what's here and allow it to soften. With each gentle exhale, invite a sense of release, as if you're letting go of small knots left in your body or mind. This is a moment just for you, a pause to reset and prepare for rest. Start to notice your body. How does it feel as you settle into this space? Are there areas of tightness or discomfort? Without judgment, bring your attention there. Breathe into those spots, imagining the breath softening the tension. Feel the natural rhythm of your body and the subtle energy moving within. You can also pay attention to the thoughts that drift through your mind. Label them softly, like thinking, and gently let them pass, like clouds in the sky. Don't try to chase or silence them. Just notice and soften back into your breath. This simple act of acknowledgement creates space, freeing you from being caught up in the mental chatter of the day. A little patience can turn this into a calming routine, helping your mind unwind alongside your body. As you continue, focus on the sensation of your breath, how it flows in and out, steady and unforced. Imagine your breath as a gentle tide, ebbing and flowing naturally. With each exhalation, feel a sense of relaxation growing, as if you're rinsing away leftovers of the day's worries and stresses. You might find it helpful to repeat a quiet word or phrase in your mind, like let go or softness. Keep your attention in this simple act of breathing and noticing. If your mind drifts elsewhere, gently bring it back, like returning to a quiet, safe harbor. This way, you build a gentle space where your nervous system can settle down and your inner world can relax fully. Remember, this ritual isn't about fixing anything. It's about creating a soft container for rest to come naturally. As you near the end of this time, take a few more slow, deep breaths, making each one feel a little more spacious. Allow your body to rest fully into its natural position, feeling the support beneath you. Rest your attention on the present moment, feeling the sense of completion and openness that naturally arises. Know that this practice is always available, a simple yet powerful way to prepare to sleep with a sense of calm and acceptance. Even just a few minutes of this gentle release can set a tone of peace, helping your nervous system shift from alertness to relaxation. Trust that each time you do it, you're strengthening your ability to surrender and accept what is, opening the door for a restful night ahead. After your release practice, take a moment to simply notice how you feel. Are there traces of tension lingering, or has a sense of softness begun to take hold? If it feels right, soften your focus and allow your body to settle more deeply into comfort. You might gently place your hands on your chest or belly, feeling the rise and fall beneath your touch. These small physical anchors remind you that you're here, safe in this moment. As you breathe softly, consider welcoming the idea of surrender, that you don't need to control everything right now. Sometimes, the act of surrender brings a surprising sense of relief, like finally giving your body permission to rest. Remind yourself that it's okay to let go of the day's demands and just be here, in this quiet, open space. As thoughts arise, perhaps about tomorrow or unfinished tasks, notice them without chasing or dismissing. Imagine gently placing these concerns aside, as you would leave a book on a table. Trust that they will still be there when you're ready, but now is the time to rest. Cultivating openness involves softening around any resistance you notice. When discomfort or restlessness appears, breathe into it, inviting it to soften. See if you can accept whatever's here, even if it feels uncomfortable. Sometimes a slight shift in attitude, like thinking, "This too shall pass," can help dissolve tension. The goal is not to push feelings away, but to meet them kindly, one breath at a time. To deepen this sense of openness, you can silently repeat a gentle phrase as you breathe out, such as peace, relax, or release. Let these words be acts of kindness toward yourself, acknowledging your effort to unwind. Spend a few moments simply sitting with this gentle intention, feeling the spaciousness that naturally emerges when you loosen your grip on control. Trust that as you cultivate this willingness to surrender, sleep will come more easily, and your inner world will feel more at peace. Remember, your body and mind are designed to soften and rest when given a little space. This ritual helps you remind yourself of that simple truth, creating a gentle bridge from activity to rest. Chapter 15. Seeing everyone as you. Beneath behavior, same awareness in all. Every behavior we display, whether it's kindness, anger, or indifference, emerges from the same place, awareness. This awareness exists in all of us, acting as the silent observer behind each thought and action. When we start to recognize that our behaviors arise from this shared awareness, we can see how deeply connected we are. Rather than being driven only by personal experiences, thoughts, or feelings, we share a fundamental consciousness that influences us all. This understanding invites us to pause and reflect on our day-to-day interactions. Are we acting from a place of fear or love? It can be transformative to realize that the motivation for our actions often comes from this underlying shared awareness. As we come to grips with the idea that others' behaviors, too, stem from this same essence of awareness, the barriers that make us feel isolated begin to dissolve. When someone reacts with anger, it is easy to label them without understanding their perspectives. Yet if we can recognize that they are responding from fear or pain, just as we often do, it creates empathy. Instead of judging, we find common ground. This realization nurtures compassion and invites us to question, how does this person's experience mirror my own? When we engage with this kind of curiosity, we awaken a sense of unity. Rather than seeing differences, we start to notice connections. The fear that separates us lessens, and compassion fills the space once occupied by judgment. The more we practice this awareness, the more we understand that beyond the surface of our behaviors, the same awareness flows through us all, creating a strong thread that binds us together. This journey invites each of us to consciously engage with our inner experiences and those of others. When you find yourself struggling with a negative reaction, take a moment to breathe and recognize the shared awareness behind the behavior. You might ask yourself, what am I really feeling right now? And how does this relate to what they might be experiencing? This gentle exploration fosters deeper understanding and connection. We live in a world where our actions can either lift or divide us. By constantly returning to that shared deep awareness, we can transform not only how we perceive ourselves, but also how we treat one another. Respond to openness, not surface stories. When someone shares a story or expresses an emotion, what you hear on the surface is often just a small part of what's really there. The story might be about a missed opportunity, a disagreement, or a personal struggle, but underneath it all, there's a human experience reaching out for connection. Openness is what allows you to feel beyond the words and actions, to sense the shared vulnerability and humanity that lies beneath the surface narrative. This depth bridges the gap between people and quiets the mind's urge to judge or dismiss based on the details of the story itself. Imagine someone telling you they had a rough day at work. Your mind might immediately jump to the events, the frustrating email, the overlooked credit, or the tense meeting. But if you pause and respond to the openness behind those events, maybe the exhaustion, the feeling of not being seen, or the quiet hope for understanding, you step into a deeper connection. This kind of response naturally invites warmth and presence. It helps both of you settle into something real and human, beyond the surface dramas that easily cause tension and separation. Surface stories can feel urgent and loud, demanding your energy and reaction, but they often mask the deeper need underneath. When you begin to notice what's alive beyond the chatter, whether it's a flicker of fear, desire for acceptance, or simple loneliness, you start to respond from a place that sees the whole person rather than just a collection of words or complaints. Openness becomes the common ground where empathy grows and walls soften. It's a space where understanding is not about fixing or solving, but about simply being with whatever is present. Training yourself to respond to openness instead of diving into the surface story takes practice and patience. When someone tells you something, your inner voice might rush to interpret, judge, or offer quick solutions. Notice this impulse without criticism. It's just the mind trying to make sense and keep things comfortable. Instead, take a quiet breath and invite a softer curiosity. Ask yourself what feelings or needs might be unfolding beyond the spoken words. This gentle shift creates space for a different kind of listening, one that welcomes rather than reacts. Welcoming openness means holding your attention lightly, like a leaf floating on water, instead of grabbing tightly at the details of the story. This shift can be as subtle as sensing the pause between sentences, catching the change in tone, or simply feeling the tender humanity in the person's eyes. When you respond from this place, your reactions often become calmer and more compassionate. You don't rush to fix what isn't broken or argue over the story's accuracy. Instead, you create a safe container where the deeper feelings can move freely and genuine connection begins. One practical way to practice this is during everyday conversations. When a friend shares a frustration, try to listen beyond the specific events and notice what might be driving their words emotionally. Reflect back not what they told you, but the openness you sensed, something like, "It sounds like that really wore you down today," or "I hear how much you needed to be seen there." These simple responses can gently shift the energy from reactivity to presence. They invite the other person to relax into being seen rather than defending a story or fixing a problem. Remember, responding to openness does not mean ignoring the story or pretending everything is fine. It means choosing where to put your attention, toward the flowing life beneath the mental noise instead of the noise itself. This skill can transform relationships, making space for healing, understanding, and growth even when the surface feels tangled with conflict or pain. The next time you catch yourself reacting to a story, pause and invite a moment of openness. Notice the difference it makes. Natural kindness flows without effort. Often, kindness feels like a burden or something we have to force ourselves to do. We might think kindness depends on being helpful or doing big acts. But underneath all that effort is a gentle current that flows naturally when we slow down and allow ourselves to simply be present. This kindness isn't something separate from us. It's part of how we are created. When we stop trying to fix or control everything, this kindness can softly emerge, like a quiet river running beneath the surface of our busy minds. Notice how, when you relax your grip on thoughts about tasks and judgments, your heart feels a little more open. It's as if kindness is an invisible glow already inside us, waiting to be noticed. This kindness doesn't need a reason or an excuse. It just exists, quietly flowing when we pay attention to it. The more we learn to relax, the clearer this stream becomes, helping us see that we are naturally gentle, caring beings, not just thinkers or performers. To recognize this flow, try gently observing your inner experience. When your mind quiets even a little, you might feel an instinct to reach out or be gentle without planning to do so. It could show up as a soft voice, a warm feeling in your chest, or an openness to others around you. As you deepen your awareness, you start to see that kindness isn't something you have to produce. It's already there, waiting for a moment of space to show itself. This awareness teaches us that kindness isn't a task or a goal. Instead, it's a quiet presence that runs through our lives when we let go of mental control. Simply noticing this can be enough to soften your attitude and open your heart. Perhaps a simple question can help. When you're feeling tense or closed, ask yourself, what happens if I relax just a little? Often, the answer is a gentle opening, a loosening of tension that invites kindness to flow naturally. When we learn to recognize the quiet current of kindness within us, we start to see how it touches every part of life. Small gestures, a kind word, or a listening ear become effortless when they arise from this relaxed, open state. We discover that kindness isn't something we need to effort into existence. It's already present, waiting patiently behind our busy thoughts and controlled emotions. Trusting that this flow exists makes it easier to live with a genuine, effortless grace. Try simply sitting quietly for a moment. Notice your breath and how your body feels. As thoughts drift by, see if you can gently notice any sense of warmth or softness that appears without trying. This is where kindness begins, when your heart naturally softens in the presence of your own awareness. The more often you do this, the more natural this kindness becomes, a gentle tide that does its work without your needing to push or compel it. Remember, kindness does not require special effort or grand acts. It flows best when unforced and allowed to emerge naturally. When you stop controlling and simply open your awareness, You create the perfect conditions for kindness to blossom from within. Sometimes, just a moment of noticing your breath or a gentle smile can open the door. Trust in this quiet kindness, and notice how it spreads through your days without your needing to make it happen. Practice simply observing your inner experience without judgment. When you notice tension or strained effort, take a deep breath and relax into the present moment. These small shifts help the natural kindness inside you find its way to the surface. It's always there. You only need to slow down enough to see it, trust it, and let it flow freely. World softens as heart stays open. When you open your heart, you allow space for all feelings to come in without judgment. This softening creates a welcoming warmth inside. Imagine your heart as a gentle presence that embraces every emotion: joy, sadness, fear, and love. Each feeling becomes a visitor. Instead of shutting the door, you invite them in for tea. You sit with discomfort, not pushing it away, but letting it breathe. This act of kindness toward yourself changes everything. You stop resisting the natural flow of life. In this openness, your inner world transforms. When you are compassionate with yourself, it's easier to face life's challenges. Stress feels lighter. Anxiety doesn't grip as tightly. You realize that it's okay to feel whatever arises. Your thoughts might still chatter, but now you recognize them as just thoughts, not truths. This gentle awareness creates softness, allowing you to navigate daily life with a little more grace. You notice the world around you brightening when you hold space for your own feelings first. Your connection to others deepens when you see them as part of yourself. This is not just about love, it's about recognition. Every person carries their own struggles, joys, and dreams. When you accept them as they are, your heart expands. You understand we are all wanderers seeking warmth, connection, and presence. Suddenly, the barriers that separateness creates fall away. People feel less like strangers and more like fellow travelers. Action: smile inwardly at 3 strangers. Every day we cross paths with many people we don't know. Brief glances, quick exchanges, passing moments that often go unnoticed. Take a moment to slow down and truly notice these encounters. When you spot someone new in your environment, whether on the street, in a store, or riding the bus, allow yourself to quietly acknowledge their presence. This is not about forcing a smile on your face, but about opening a tiny space inside you, softening your attention and softening your heart with a gentle nod of kindness. This inward smile is like a secret handshake between your awareness and your humanity, fostering a sense of calm and warmth without needing words. Try to feel what it's like inside when you allow this inward smile to bloom. Notice any subtle shifts, a lightness, a gentle release in your chest, or a brief pause before your mind jumps to something else. You may find a quiet curiosity about the lives of these strangers, imagining, for a moment, the stories behind their eyes. This simple acknowledgement reminds you that beneath all the surface differences, each person carries their own set of struggles and hopes. This small act invites compassion to arise naturally and reduces the distance between us and them, blurring the lines that often separate. Pay attention to how your body responds when you make space for this silent connection. Your shoulders might drop a little, tension ease, or your breathing slow down just a bit. This is your internal landscape responding with openness. Recognizing your inner smile is a way of stepping away from distraction and mental busyness towards something quieter and more alive. Even if the world rushes on around you, this brief moment of inward kindness becomes an anchor, a reminder that there's always room inside to meet life with softness. Once you've noticed what it feels like to gently acknowledge strangers, try this simple exercise. Select 3 people you don't know during your day and offer them an inward smile. This can happen anywhere: a cashier scanning your groceries, a person waiting at a crosswalk, or someone sitting nearby on the subway. There is no need to make eye contact or outwardly express the smile. The invitation is to send a quiet, internal warmth toward them, fueled by an awareness that we are all navigating life's challenges in our own way. As you do this, Observe your experience closely. How does your mind react? Does it jump to stories or judgments about who these people are? Can you gently set those aside and simply rest with a feeling of goodwill? Sometimes, this exercise will soften your sense of separation and open you up to a gentle reflection. This person, like you, is caught in the swirl of thoughts, memories, hopes, and fears. Imagining this shared humanity can dissolve the walls built by isolation and busyness. This practice also invites you to slow down the urge to label or categorize others. Instead, you allow space for uncertainty and mystery, for the fullness of being present without needing an answer or a reaction. You might find that offering this simple, wordless kindness inside shifts your whole emotional tone for the day. It's a way to meet the world with a moment of softness, even in the rush or the tension of daily life. Over time, this quiet habit can nurture a deeper sense of connection, not just outwardly, but rooted in your own heart. Try to notice what changes when you carry this habit forward. Does your inner commentary quiet? Do moments of frustration or judgment ease? This inward smile becomes a gentle reminder that kindness can start inside and ripple quietly outward, beginning with your own posture toward others who, like you, simply want to be seen and met with understanding. Epilogue, always already free. You've always been the open space. It might feel strange to think of yourself as open space, especially when your mind is busy, judging, or planning. But consider this. Beneath all the stories you tell yourself, beneath the chatter and habits, there is a calm, quiet place that has always been there. This space isn't something you create or acquire. It's the background you've always been part of. The thoughts come and go, like waves, but the space itself remains unchanged. Recognizing that this open space exists beyond your thoughts is like noticing the sky behind the clouds. No matter how stormy or clear the sky appears, its presence is constant and unshakable. When you start to look for this space, you realize it isn't somewhere out there. It's within, waiting to be noticed. Through practice, you can step back enough to feel it, to see that you are more than your stories, more than your worries or identities. You are that silent, vast openness that is always present, even amid chaos. Often, we mistake our thoughts for who we are. We forget that we're not just our inner commentary, fears, or self-image. These are habits, running in the background. They shift and change like weather, but they aren't the entire landscape. When you pause and observe your thoughts without joining in or getting pulled by them, you begin to see the difference. You start to notice that behind every thought there is a silent presence. It's like standing in a crowded room, but noticing the space that surrounds you, breathable, quiet, always there. This realization takes time, but acts as a gentle reminder. You are not your thoughts. You are the space in which thoughts appear and disappear. Once you start to recognize this open space, it becomes easier to let go of the stories that keep you trapped. Instead of constantly fighting or resisting your inner experience, you can learn a simple but powerful habit, noticing the gap between thoughts. That pause is where your true self resides, not in the stories or reactions, but in the calm, open space beyond them. When you make this practice regular, pausing for a few moments, feeling the spaciousness, you create a new way of relating to yourself. You can begin to see that your identity isn't limited to the mental noise, but includes the open, aware space that always surrounds it. In this space, freedom begins, and you can rest in the simple truth that you've always been this openness, waiting patiently to be remembered. Practicing just a few seconds of noticing the open space now and then can act as a doorway. The more you turn your attention inward, the more familiar this vastness becomes. It's not something you need to chase or attain, it's a natural part of you. When you feel overwhelmed, try gently shifting your focus from the rushing thoughts to the quiet awareness behind them. Trust that within this pause lies your real home, a place of stillness and peace. The awareness of the open space isn't separate from you. It's the core that's always present, unchanging through all the storylines of your life. Remember, you are not your thoughts. You are the quiet, endless space that observes everything without losing itself. Inner voice quiets as you stop feeding it. Your inner voice often speaks louder than the world around you. It narrates your experiences, questions your choices, and sometimes fills your mind with worry. This inner commentator is not you. It is a habit formed over time. It thrives on attention, often leading to feelings of anxiety or self-doubt. The first step is recognizing when this voice appears. Notice those moments when you catch yourself planning, judging, or replaying conversations. Identifying this chatter is crucial. By becoming aware of it, you take the first step toward quieting its noise. Life lives through you, no separate doer. There is a natural rhythm to living that often goes unnoticed. We tend to think of ourselves as separate doers, the ones who push, pull, and control what happens in our lives. But beneath this familiar story lies a deeper truth. Life itself moves through you. It pulses, breathes, and acts without needing your constant approval or effort. This movement is already happening, right now, beneath all the chatter and striving. Recognizing this opens a door to freedom. When you stop holding yourself as the sole agent behind every thought, feeling, or action, you begin to see that everything arises naturally in the field of awareness that you are. Try noticing how much of your day is spent reacting, planning, or directing. This brings a sense of burden, as if a tiny you must manage every moment. Yet life's flow is far greater than this small self. The body breathes, the heart beats, thoughts come and go, all without your deliberate command. Imagine the vast river of experience moving through you, carrying life's energy freely. You do not have to push against it or hold tightly. You are not the separate driver struggling in traffic. You are the road itself, open and available for whatever comes. This understanding softens the grip of control and invites you to rest in the space where life unfolds effortlessly. It helps to explore moments when the sense of a me doing something disappears. For example, when you suddenly catch yourself smiling without a reason or the effortless flow of creativity that emerges without force. In these moments, there is no doer in charge, just life expressing itself through you. This is not about giving up responsibility, but about shifting your perspective from a small isolated self to an open presence that witnesses and participates at once. This presence is the true ground beneath all doing, a place of natural ease and freedom beyond your mind's busy stories. The ego likes to put you inside walls of I, mine, and doer. It thrives on separation and control, telling a story of a separate person who must achieve and defend themselves. But life is not confined to those limited frames. When you begin to recognize that the doer is a habit, not a solid fact, you start to loosen these boundaries. You don't have to buy into the illusion of a small self in charge of everything. This shift lets you come back to the present moment with fresh eyes, free from the need to control or prove anything. Being fully present means noticing what arises without the constant commentary of "I did this" or "I need to do that." Notice how thoughts about yourself and your actions come and go. Instead of identifying with them, simply watch. This watching is not detached or cold. It's warm and curious. It's a friend who stays with what is happening inside without judgment. This gentle presence helps you see that the doer is not the boss, but just a part of the experience moving through you. When you live beyond the ego's grip, you find your full aliveness. Life feels richer, less pressured, and more connected. Tasks you once approached with stress begin to happen with ease. Moments of joy, sadness, or peace come and go like waves, but the deep stillness beneath remains steady. You learn to flow with the changing currents rather than resist them. This doesn't mean giving up your voice or choices. It means remembering that behind every choice is an open space where life itself moves freely, and in that space, you are always enough. Here's something to try. Pause several times a day and ask yourself, who is doing this? Let the question open a space inside. Watch what comes up without pushing for an answer. You might notice a subtle shift away from tension or the urge to control. This simple practice can help soften the hold of the separate doer and invite a broader experience of life moving through you. With time, this awareness becomes a resting place you can return to whenever life feels heavy or overwhelming. Invitation. Keep returning to openness. There's a quiet place inside you that remains untouched by the ups and downs of daily life. Often, we get so caught up in our thoughts, judgments, and worries that we forget this inherent openness exists at the core of our being. Think of it like a vast, calm sky that's always there, even when the clouds drift across it or shadows flicker on the ground. This openness isn't something you need to create. It's what remains when you gently let go of the stories and walls you've built. Returning to it repeatedly is like remembering a home you never truly left but may have temporarily forgotten amid the noise. Sometimes, it feels as if our mental chatter defines us, our fears, judgments, ambitions, and endless plans. Yet, beneath all that noise, there's a stillness waiting to be noticed. It's not special or far away. It's simple and always present. When you pause and turn your attention inward, you start to see that your thoughts are just passing clouds in the sky of awareness. The act of returning to this openness is like opening a window to breathe fresh air. It might seem small, even trivial, but it's powerful. Each time you notice your mind wandering, choosing to gently come back to this space of openness reminds you that you are more than your thoughts. You are the awareness that observes them. This openness isn't something you have to reach out and grab or carefully guard. It's available at every moment, waiting patiently. When life feels overwhelming or when old habits pull you into contraction, reminding yourself to return to this space can soften the edges of tension and bring relief. It's like stepping out of a storm into clear, open sky. It's not about escaping or fixing, but about recognizing what is already here. Each gentle return becomes a practice, a way to strengthen your connection to this ever-present openness, a place where your true self naturally stirs and breathes. Practicing this is simple but requires patience. Keep asking yourself, where am I right now? Am I aware of the thoughts, or am I lost in them? Begin to see that you can always choose to return to awareness. It's like noticing your hand and then focusing on it. The mind tends to pull you into stories and reactions, but awareness is always just a step away. It welcomes your return without judgment or expectation. Every moment you choose to come back, you reinforce the truth. Beneath the surface of mental noise, there is an infinite openness that can hold everything without effort or resistance. This openness is a refuge, a starting point for peace that is always nearby and never gone. Remember, your inner space isn't something to add or acquire. It's a recognition, a simple shift in focus back to what is already here. When you notice contraction or tension, pause and softly invite your awareness to expand. Feel the difference between a closed, tight feeling and an open, receptive one. This act of returning to openness doesn't require perfect focus or a specific technique. It's a gentle reminder that you can come home again and again, no matter what's happening outside or inside. Each small return is a step back into the natural freedom that is your true nature, always available when you simply remember to look. Final practice, notice awareness now. Begin by gently turning your attention inward to notice the constant chatter in your mind. Each thought is like a leaf floating by on a river. Instead of grabbing each leaf, just observe them as they pass. You might notice a tendency to identify with these thoughts, to feel that you are your thoughts. This habit can sometimes feel overwhelming, like being swept away by the current. Acknowledge this without judgment. Simply notice the patterns that arise as you try to create space for awareness. Take a moment to breathe. With each breath, allow yourself to create a little more distance from your thoughts. What happens when you simply become the observer? This practice of awareness is like stepping back from the stage of your mind. Imagine yourself seated comfortably in the audience, watching the play unfold. Feel the space that exists in this observation. There's a soft stillness behind the noise, a gentle reminder that you are not the thoughts that come and go, but the awareness that notices them. Thank you for staying with this work. Not because it's impressive, but because it's honest. If you've read this far, something in you already knows the truth. Freedom was never missing. It was just covered by habit. You don't need to remember every concept. You don't need to practice perfectly. All you need is to keep returning. To openness. To feeling. To awareness itself. The inner voice may still appear. Fear may still visit. Life will still move through joy and pain. But now, you know where to stand. Not inside the noise. Not against it. Behind it. Open. Present. Already free. Thank you for walking this path. And when you forget, simply notice that you forgot. That noticing is freedom.